Chapter 1. Ember. The thing about being a freelance investigative writer is the hard work that goes before the article, which is what I'm doing now. The hard work. I take a bite of my granola bar and shift in the driver's seat, ignoring my thighs that grow more numb by the second. I left Washington, D.C. around 36 hours and 4 overnight stops ago. It's been a pretty but long drive over rolling hills, past expansive farmlands, and through the wide open spaces and vast skies of the prairies. Now finally I can reach through the window and almost touch the Sawtooth mountain peaks in the distance. I've driven a long way, and it isn't without purpose. With a run of bad luck on my articles that have been overshadowed or promised to run and not run, I'm also doing desperate work. My jaw tightens as I remember the sinking feeling of those kill fees and rejections hitting my inbox. This time will be different. It has to be. I need something big, something show-stopping, which is why I'm here, driving in the Idaho mountains to find a small area where women have gone missing. Not just now, for decades. According to the rumor mill, that is. The tangled web of conspiracy theories and urban legends about that site is enough to make heads spin. I've learned to sift through the madness, plucking out the gems that spark journalistic interest. Many things on the rumor mill are just that, rumors. The dark conspiracy website is also chock full of nutters, but I've learned to read past those sorts of comments to the background stories that pop up over time. It's the place where I've discovered golden leads for articles, making me a sought-after freelancer. My fingers drum against the steering wheel as I recall those career highs, the rush of a hot story, the thrill of the chase. Pity my luck hasn't held out. One vindictive boyfriend made sure of that. Unfortunately, Jordan was also an influential, vindictive boyfriend. The memory of his smug face makes my stomach churn, as does the woman who quickly followed on my heels, Cassandra. Her sickly, sweet voice grates in my memory. To say my breakup with Jordan was messy is an understatement. It also left me with a lease and bills that could easily be paid by 2 people and dual incomes, but now it's just mine alone. When Jordan left me, he also left behind our condo and all the bills that entailed. Sour bitterness rises in my throat. When he refused to help pay the rent for the rest of the lease period, I may or may not have put sugar in his gas tank. Not my proudest moment, but one that quirks my lips at the memory before my face falls again. It only led to more messiness and Cassandra getting involved, yada yada yada. The end result is that my bank account is down to double figures. Between Jordan and Cassandra and their toxic influence, my publishers who usually buy my articles aren't, and I need something spectacular to make up the shortfall. My gaze drifts to the map on the passenger seat, studying the area deep in the mountains I've circled. If I can find the multiple graves that are supposedly there, I'll have my something spectacular. Maybe even a Netflix series. A desperate girl can dream. I know it's a long shot, but a long shot is all I have. If there is a chance there are graves here, I also need to bring justice to the missing women who fill those graves. After all, I'm the woman who uncovers stories others overlook or are too afraid to chase. My chin lifts. I'm also a woman willing to camp in the middle of the wilderness for a month, living on dehydrated food and black coffee to get my story. A smile tugs at my lips as I think of my unconventional upbringing. Thanks to Mom and Dad and the summers spent camping, we may have been too poor to vacation at resorts or even paid campsites for that matter, but I know how to pitch a tent and survive in the wilderness. As long as I'm close to a water source, I don't need much more. I glance in the rear vision mirror to see my supplies tucked in the tray of my truck. A tent, sleeping bag, plastic boxes filled with clothing and all of my personal items, cooking stove, and boxes of non-perishable food. They're not just supplies. They're everything I own. On the bright side, I can relocate anywhere I want, Leave Washington to Jordan and Cassandra. Leave behind a big city, full stop. Washington was never comfortable for me. Too many people, too many cars, too busy and dirty. I love the wilderness. I love the feeling of being the only being for miles, hearing the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the sounds of wildlife in the undergrowth. I relish the deep breath that fills my lungs with the fresh, piney scent from outside. I crank up the music, some gritty alt-rock blaring through the speakers, and enjoy the view as I continue up the winding roads I've been driving along for hours. Outside, the forest is thick and filled with shadows. There's probably no better spot to hide bodies than around here. Only the most determined will ever find them. Hopefully, that'll be me. The forest breaks, and out of nowhere I come to a town. A sign marks it as Ravenwood. The road curves and I slow to drive along the main street. Rustic storefronts with wood-carved signs line either side. A general store, diner, saloon. Potted flowers overflow from window boxes, bright splashes of color against the faded clapboard facades. It's a slice of Americana, frozen in time half a century ago. It's a lovely country town. It appears well cared for, if not old-fashioned, but I guess there's no need for the latest and greatest when people live so remotely. Pedestrians on the street turn to watch my car as I drive along the main road, which makes me feel self-conscious in my beat-up truck, loaded with all my worldly possessions. A huge guy with buzzed blonde hair and chiseled features, exuding a protective aura, stops to observe. Arms like small tree trunks cross over his barreled chest. He has a steely, hard look as though he can see right through me, and as I pass through town, I make the decision not to stop. While lovely, it doesn't feel quite right here. I relax as I leave the curious stares behind and merge onto empty roads again, the wilderness enveloping me once more. Hours later, I head into another mountain range. The terrain grows more rugged, the trees thinner and scrubby as the elevation climbs. There's no reception on my phone, the bars dwindling to nothing. I'm beginning to get that angsty thrill of the unknown mingled with apprehension. I check my paper map, not quite sure where I am in relation to my circled target area. I drive up a steep, narrow, twisty road and pass a sign that says, "Welcome to Willowbrook." The sign is bright red, and the Willowbrook is written in an elegant white script. As I pass under the sign, a strange static electric buzz passes over me, causing the fine hairs on my arms to stand on end. I swipe my arm, scattering the strange sensation. I continue driving for a while, not seeing any sign of the town past the heavy forest lining the road, but when I crest a small hill, I spot the main street through the foliage. Quaint clapboard buildings, a wide main street lined with trees, and a steepled church come into view. I pull onto the side of the road and pause, taking it all in while the engine rumbles underneath me. It looks quaint with its old-fashioned shops and homes. Everything is neat and well-maintained, with an otherworldly charm. I see a diner with a big neon sign. Sally's Diner. My stomach rumbles, reminding me I haven't eaten a real meal in hours. My mouth waters at the promise of the diner's fare, but I shake my head. I won't stop. I don't want anyone to know I'm here, or why. Sneak in and sneak out is my mantra, especially in an area where I'm looking for graves. Who knows what the hell kind of people live out here? They might all be in on a big secret. I might end up in a grave myself. All around me is the wilderness. Anything could happen out here, and not a soul in the rest of America would know. I'll have to contend with the supplies I've brought with me. Protein bars, beef jerky, and freeze-dried camp meals. At least I have my fishing gear, and I might catch a fish for dinner if I'm lucky enough to find a creek. Resigned, I backtrack and take an exit onto a narrow dirt fire track which winds deeper into the wilderness, away from Willowbrook's idyllic veneer. The truck jostles over the rutted path as I drive for miles, going as far as the track will allow me, until low-hanging branches scratch the paintwork and I can go no further. I kill the engine, letting the silence of the forest envelop me. Taking a deep breath of the pine-scented air, I grab my gear from the truck bed and set about making camp between the gigantic ancient tree trunks. Once I have my tent erected and water set to boil on the camp stove, I open my map and check my location. As far as I can tell from my markings, I'm in the right area, or close enough to it that I might actually have a chance of finding the graves and the lives stolen to fill them.
Chapter 2. Caleb. I ease my chisel along the elegant curve of the table leg I'm working on, savoring the smooth glide of the blade through the wood. With each deft stroke, the shapely line takes form beneath my calloused hands. I run my fingers along the newly carved surface, satisfied that the delicate curve is just right. I set the chisel aside, pick up my sander, and begin to smooth down any lingering rough patches. I'll keep sanding until this leg is as flawless as the other three. After that, I'll move on to etching the intricate design into the side of the tabletop itself. I glance over at the sketches pinned to my workbench, double-checking my work against my client's specifications. Last night, I drew up the slight design changes they wanted and received their approval first thing this morning before getting to work. I've followed their request to the letter, sending them photographs at every step as I've crafted their prized dining table. Overkill probably, but they're paying me well for this commission, as do all of my clients. Over the past decade, I've built my reputation as a master woodworker, and my custom furniture pieces are now in high demand from clientele all over the world. Thankfully, I have satellite coverage out here to handle online tasks and orders. It's the only way I can run my business while living so remotely. The only way I keep my wolf happy, too. Although Willowbrook is one of the more isolated shifter towns, my inner beast needs the deepest, most untouched parts of the forest to feel content. Stable. But of late, he's been anything but those two things. A low growl rumbles as I feel that restless energy stirring, the wolf inside pushing against the mental barriers I've erected to contain him. I fear the curse is catching up to me. It's there in the itch beneath my skin, the insistent whispers growing louder with each passing day. Without my mate, I'll go feral. It's inevitable. The past 2 weeks especially, he's been at his worst, snarling and snapping against the tight leash I keep him on. I mentally tell him to settle, that I'll shift soon and will go for a long run through the forest. I silently hope that appeasing him will help tame that wildness brewing inside for a while longer. Mine is not the only male's fate hanging by a thread these days. More and more unmated shifters have fled Willowbrook in a desperate search before that feral haze fully descends. I've just never been able to tolerate living in a big town, and unless an absolute miracle happens and I find my mate, I'll have to ask Mitch to cull me. The thought lodges like a stone in my gut. I dread making that request of my alpha, but if I don't, I'll be a danger to everyone on our packland. My wolf is immense, his presence and power rivaling even Mitch's impressive stature. He's always been a ferociously strong force locked within me, a touch feral even without the curse breathing down our neck. Some days it takes every ounce of my mental fortitude to wrestle him under control. For now, I give myself over to the task at hand, letting the methodical rhythm of woodworking soothe that bestial energy thrumming through me. I lose myself in the intricate etching, my hands moving of their own accord as the delicate design flows from mind to wood. When I next look up, the sun is high in the sky, its bright rays streaming through the windows of my workshop. I realize I've worked straight through the night again. No wonder my wolf is so restless and irritable. We're both long overdue for food and a break. My stomach lets out a growl as I stretch out the kinks in my neck, trying to decide what to whip up for a late breakfast. The CB radio crackles to life, the sudden burst of static making me jump. "Caleb, you there? It's Mitch." I pick up the handset and press the button to answer. "Yes, Alpha." "I'm here. What's going on?" "Got a disturbance near one of the wards Alari reinforced protecting your property. Need you to check it out." My heart sinks at his words. As Alpha, he feels when any of the wards surrounding the packlands are tripped, the magic linked to his wolf. I hope it's not, but it could very well be another feral breaking over the border. Just last week, Mitch called a pack meeting to update us on the disturbing rise of black magic being used to curse unmated wolves into a rabid state controlled only by a man known as Rowan. Mitch is doing everything he can to stop this person, and he's put everyone on alert. I'm on it, I reply, after he gives me the location. It's on the border of the Longtooth and Ironjaw packlands. I'll reach it in an hour or so, while Mitch would take most of the day to check it out. I'll head out there now. Thanks, Caleb. Let me know what you find. I hope it's a deer, but if you need us, we're only a few hours away. Zane will come, and I suspect a few of the newly mated males, if there's more to it than that, Mitch says. Will do. Thanks, Mitch. I can imagine a slew of wolves arriving if I call them. Those lucky bastards will do everything in their power to keep their mates safe. As would I, if I were so lucky to be blessed. I replace the handset and shrug my flannel and tank off. My wolf butts against the barrier, anticipating a run in the forest. The memory of the pack meeting replays in my mind. I was stunned to learn that not only has the goddess returned after centuries of silence through a human female, who has shifted no less, but 5 of our brothers have found their human mates. Mitch, Zane, Liam, Ethan, and Jake were there with their happy, smiling mates. A ray of hope had kindled within the depths of my being hearing that news. Finally, a chance to break the curse that threatens to turn every unmated male feral. As I head outside and shift into my wolf form, the transition is more violent than ever before. My wolf bursts furiously from my skin, head tossed back as a howl rips from his throat. Before I can get my bearings, he bolts off into the forest, a streak of fur and fangs and rage. Something is very wrong. I push with every ounce of my willpower to regain control, but he batters against my mental barriers, an unstoppable force now he's unleashed. I hope the curse hasn't taken control already, and I'm too late to ask Mitch to end it for me. I have no choice but to give way to my wolf, praying I can subdue him before it's too late and I lose my humanity forever.
Chapter 3. Amber. I've spent the last 2 weeks tramping around this dense forest, searching high and low for anything resembling a grave. I've looked for wooden crosses, chipped slabs of marble, even a mound of dirt, but I've found nothing. I push my hair off my forehead as I check my phone for the 1000th time. There's still no signal out here in the middle of nowhere. If I had some kind of reception, this whole task would be so much easier. However, given how remote this area is, I shouldn't be surprised. As much as I enjoy living off-grid and getting away from the trappings of civilization, I do miss some modern conveniences, Wi-Fi being top of the list. Still, I can't deny there are certain advantages to truly unplugging, like the little creek I was super excited to discover the day after setting up camp. I make my way over to its babbling waters, dipping my toe in to test the temperature. Even at midday, it's still a little cold, but that's never stopped me before. I've decided to take my daily swim while it's the warmest part of the day, before heading back out to continue my search for those elusive graves. My shoulders slump slightly as I scratch out the area I covered this morning on my map, taking a moment to plan where I'll focus my efforts this afternoon. I have to stay positive. Every patch of ground I eliminate is one step closer to achieving my goal. Nodding to myself, I set the map aside on a nearby rock and rest on a sun-warmed boulder to bask for a few minutes before stripping down. Perhaps tomorrow, I'll even heat up some water for a bucket bath. After days of cold swims, dreams of a hot bath are very real. For now, I simply enjoy this peaceful moment, letting the burbling creek and rustling leaves lull me into a light meditation. The dappled sunlight filtering through the trees is pure bliss on my skin. When I'm sufficiently zenned out, I quickly disrobe and plunge into the icy waters with a shocked gasp. The cold is jarring at first, raising goosebumps all over, but I quickly acclimate as I wade out deeper. The creek is shallow, only coming to my hips, but still deep enough to paddle. I lower my body and lift off, letting the water take my weight. My blood tingles with each stroke as I do a few lazy laps from bank to bank. I dunk my head and squeeze my eyes shut as I torpedo underwater. When I surface, my hand brushes against something smooth and cool, a black stone, glossy and out of place among the typical brown river rocks. Frowning, I scoop it up, and the stone rolls over in my palm to reveal a symbol etched in the stone. I blink, my brain lagging behind what I see. It can't be, but the evidence is in my hands. The tattoo on my chest is the same as on the stone, the one I spent months obsessively researching before getting it inked. I found the unique symbol while browsing tattoo ideas online. It called to me instantly, or a part of it did. I was entranced by the intricate swirling lines, but I was also compelled to incorporate it into a larger design of a black wolf with white-tipped ears entwined with leaves and flowers looped around the symbol. It's by far my favorite of the tattoos adorning my body. I examine the etching more closely. The symbol is not exactly the same as my tattoo. The lines are slightly distorted, with strange additions that make it menacing rather than powerful. Gripped by a sudden urge to get out of the creek, I quickly rinse off and scramble back to the bank, clutching the stone tightly in my fist. I rub my tattoo absently, feeling an odd warmth and pressure bearing down on my skin. For a moment, the sunlight filtering through the trees takes on a strange golden hue. I shake my head, dismissing it as a trick of the light and my own overactive imagination after too much time alone out here. I stand and quickly wrap a towel around my shivering body, the crisp mountain air raising goosebumps along my damp skin. A wolf howl echoes through the trees in the distance. I close my eyes, letting the mournful sound wash over me. There's an edge to this howl, something feral and raw that sends a shiver skating down my spine. I've heard plenty of wolf calls during my time camped out here, but none quite like this one. Perhaps I should report the robust wolf population on the rumor mill when I get a chance. I gather up my bathing supplies, tucking the strange stones safely into my bag to examine later. As I bend to retrieve my clothes, the hairs on the back of my neck prickle with the uncanny sense that I'm being watched. Slowly, almost against my will, I straighten, turn, and stop. Just visible through a gap in the underbrush stands an enormous black wolf. Distinctive white-tipped ears and blazing gray eyes push from behind close-cropped leaves and pierce right through me, freezing me in place. It's the Wylth, the exact wolf from my tattoo. That should be impossible, and yet the evidence is right in front of my eyes. The creature steps out from the shadows with a deadly grace, its powerfully muscled shoulders easily as tall as my head. This can't be right. Wolves that massive simply don't exist, not anywhere on this earth. And yet, here it is, staring at me with an unmistakable sentience burning in those eerie eyes. My heart skips as I take in the sheer size of the beast just meters away. Its obsidian fur gleams in the dappled sunlight, rippling over thick, corded muscle with every subtle movement. Despite its hulking mass, there's an inherent athleticism, a lethal economy of movement that lights my survival instincts. Those eyes, they aren't just intelligent. There's something deeper there, something ancient and soulful swimming in those depths, as if the creature is weighing my very essence, deciding if I'm a threat or potential prey with that penetrating stare. I want to run, every impulse urging me to escape, but I'm paralyzed. I'm a rabbit in the sights of a terrifying apex predator. My heart thunders in my ears, drowning out all else as the wolf holds me immobile and helplessly locked in its sights. Then, impossibly, the wolf's entire body shimmers and blurs around the edges. What happens next defies all logic and rational explanation. Fur recedes into tanned human skin, the muzzle pulling inward as wicked fangs shrink to blunt teeth. Bones crack and grind in a sickening symphony as the creature's skeleton contorts, realigning into a distinctly bipedal form, powerful haunches condense, making way for long, sinewy legs to unfurl. Within a matter of seconds, the colossal wolf is gone. In its place stands a tall, powerfully built man, his sculpted features ruggedly handsome even to my terrified eyes. A distant part of my brain catalogues every terrifying detail about him. He's nude, not a stitch of clothing on his powerfully muscled frame. The sunlight ripples over the ridges and valleys of his physique. My gaze lingers on the thick, powerful columns of his thighs, cabled with dense muscle that betrays a lifetime of exertion and physical prowess. They seamlessly join to a narrow, ripped midsection and a defined chest dusted with a fine trail of hair. His shoulders are impressively broad, striated and bulging with brawn, the kind of build crafted by intense training or manual labor, not some gym rat's vanity pursuit. And between those muscular thighs, hanging thick and heavy despite the cool mountain air, I can't tear my eyes away him. This man defines male perfection. Ruggedly handsome, yes, with cut features and haunting gray eyes. Beyond that, he's the stuff of pure carnal nightmares, oozing an aura of unbridled power and scarcely contained savagery. His gaze roots me to the spot and pins me with a penetrating stare, as if he's looking right into the depths of my very soul. He just changed from a wolf to a man, so who knows, he might very well be able to do that. The scream builds in my throat, finally ripping free. I don't wait for whatever comes next. Clutching my towel with a white-knuckled grip, my body takes over. I whirl and run. My bare feet pound against the loamy forest floor as I crash through the underbrush, paying no heed to the branches whipping my face and arms. I don't dare look back. I can't. Not if I want to put as much distance between me and the impossible creature that cannot be real.
Chapter 4. Caleb. My mate. She's my mate. I can't believe she is here, gloriously unclothed before me. Shock and awe render me immobile for a suspended moment as I take her in. Glorious red curls cascade around her shoulders, and her emerald eyes glimmer with intelligence and fire. The small white towel she grasps does nothing to hide her mouth-watering curves. A slightly rounded stomach, solid thighs, and a rounded ass covered in colorful ink. My eye traces the patterns that only serve to accentuate her beauty. She's stunning, all woman and absolutely gorgeous. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat chanting, mine, mine, mine. Her scent, a delicate blend of jasmine, vanilla, and the faintest hint of cinnamon, washes over me. It's the most intoxicating perfume I've ever encountered, and I know with unwavering certainty I'll never tire of it. The bond between us blazes to life, setting my chest burning with the profound knowledge of who she is to me, my other half, my destiny, my everything. No wonder my wolf took over and ran straight to her. He must have sensed she was here before my human side had a chance to feel it. When I pushed through the underbrush and saw her, I thought she was a mirage, a cruel trick of becoming feral. What I see standing in front of me is nothing about becoming feral at all. No, this is about my completeness. She's unmistakably real and utterly magnificent. My savior in a small, curvaceous body. My wolf snarls and paces within me, desperate to claim our mate. Flashes of need to bury my nose in her silken hair, to run possessive hands over her lush curves, to sink my aching body into her welcoming heat, assault me. But I can't. I won't give in to those urges, no matter how much the animal inside me howls to take what's his. She's a human female, innocent to the ways of our kind. I need my mate to accept me of her own free will. I'll never force her, never take away her choice in this. Human women are different than shifter females. They know nothing of fated mates. She won't know who I am to her. I have to earn her trust first. The sour tang of her fear cuts through her heavenly scent. She's scared, body tense and eyes wide as they rake over me. Those captivating eyes, a striking shade of emerald, are clouded with confusion and panic. I shift back to my human form, knowing my wolf's presence is only compounding her terror. That was the wrong thing to do. Her beautiful face drains pale. She turns on her heel and bolts away from me, crashing through the underbrush. I can't let her hurt herself out here. She has no shoes on. She's semi-naked and vulnerable. I won't have her soft flesh damaged, not when I've caused her to run in terror. My longer strides quickly eat up the distance between us until I'm able to tackle her to the ground. I wrap my arms around her, taking the impact on the grass. The thin towel goes flying, leaving her naked, warm body writhing beneath mine. The feel of all that warm skin pressed against me is almost more than I can bear. She's pure, exquisite torture, soft, toned curves begging for my hungry gaze. The dark lines of the tattoo between them call to me, begging to be traced with my tongue. A wolf. She's tattooed a wolf on her chest. I can't resist a low growl of pure masculine appreciation. Calm down, I try to soothe her, but she isn't listening, blind panic taking over. I'm not going to hurt you, I swear it. There's no way I could ever harm you. You're my mate. Those last words seem to give her pause. I turn her so she's facing me fully, needing her to see the sincerity in my eyes. Her thighs part as she moves, and I accidentally sink between them. She gasps, eyes going wide. I groan at the indescribable heat of her, so soft and welcoming against my aching flesh. It takes every shred of willpower not to. She stills, trembling slightly, and the most intoxicating wave of arousal hits me. Perhaps I was mistaken about human females. This woman seems to understand on some deep level who I am to her despite her conscious fear, but that flicker of hope is short-lived. A shocked moment passes and she renews her struggles. "I won't let you touch me," she cries, voice rising in hysteria. Her small fists beat against my chest in futile defiance. "Get off me! I'm calling the cops." Her arguments don't track with the undeniable mate bond humming between us. "I'm not going to make love to you," I try to explain, silently adding "not yet," at least, to myself. Not until she's ready and willing and begging for it in my arms. Please, just stop struggling. It occurs to me then that she must have misheard me earlier. I grab her flailing wrists and push them above her head to still them, careful not to grip too hard and risk bruising her delicate skin. "I said, you are my mate," I enunciate slowly and clearly, holding her gaze steadily. "Not that we're going to mate right now. You're my fated, the only woman for me. The goddess herself blessed us. We are two halves of the same soul. You'll understand everything once you can feel the bond." I can already feel her essence so strongly filling up inside me. An invisible cord ties us together, soul to soul, and will grow stronger with each passing moment. It's exhilarating and overwhelming and right. I didn't realize how hopelessly incomplete I truly was until this moment. She looks at me like I'm insane, her eyes wide and disbelieving. Her terror spikes inside me. My wolf prickles with agitation, growling that I need to claim her so there can be no more misunderstandings. It's taking every ounce of control to hold him back, to not give in to the temptation of her sweet body against mine. I have to do something, and fast, to kickstart her feeling our bond. Words are clearly not getting through to her, so I do the only thing I can think of. I surge forward, capturing her soft, plush lips with my own in a searing kiss. The moment our mouths meet, an electric current arcs between us, lighting up every nerve ending. I pour every ounce of my love, my devotion, my need for her into the touch of my lips against hers, silently willing her to feel the depth of emotion swelling inside me, praying to the goddess that she starts to feel this intensity as much as I do. She stiffens against me, a muffled sound of surprise vibrating between us, but then, miraculously, she melts into the kiss, her mouth yielding and opening. I groan at the first velvety slide of her tongue against my own, the taste of her bursting across my senses like the sweetest nectar. She's honey and spice and pure ambrosia, and I know I'll never get enough. My hand comes up to cradle her jaw, tilting her head to deepen the kiss as my other arm bands around her waist, pressing her lush curves flush against my hardened body. I swallow her gasp, reveling in the way her fingers curl into my shoulders, nails biting deliciously into my skin. The scent of her arousal blooms around us, jasmine and vanilla entwined with the earthy musk of her desire. I inhale greedily, letting it fill my lungs and fuel the flames licking through my veins. I gentle the kiss, reining back the hunger threatening to consume me. I nip and suck at her plump bottom lip before soothing it with a tender brush of my tongue as a shudder rolls through her. Her eyes flutter open as I pull back just far enough to gaze down at her, our panting breaths mingling in the space between our lips. Her gaze is hazy and unfocused, pupils blown wide with want. "Do you feel it?" I murmur roughly, my voice low and raw with emotion. I brush my thumb over the plump curve of her kiss-swollen lips, marveling at the way she shivers at my touch. "Do you feel our bond, sweetheart?" She blinks rapidly, awareness flooding back into her expression as the sensual haze dissipates. I feel the exact moment she snaps back to reality, her body going rigid beneath me. Her wide eyes, mere seconds ago clouded with desire, now fill with undiluted horror. My heart clenches painfully. I feel like the worst kind of heel for putting that look on her face. My wolf snarls his disapproval, the sound slipping past my human lips in a rumbling growl before I can stop it. She flinches at the inhuman noise, fresh fear contorting her features. "It's just my wolf," I try to reassure her, fighting to keep my voice level and soothing. "He would never harm you, I swear it." My words have the opposite effect, her panic growing. She struggles against me anew, desperate to put space between us. "Let me go," she cries, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Please, I won't tell anyone about you. I swear, your secret is safe with me." I shake my head, frustration warring with the need to comfort her. "You have to calm down and just feel it. There's a bond between us, something beautiful and special. If you just let yourself relax, you'll sense it too." She stares up at me like I've lost my mind. "You're deluded. There's no bond. This is crazy. You're crazy. This can't be happening. Let me go. Please, please just let me go." Mate, mine, claim. My wolf slams against my inner barrier, I've long perfected to lock him behind. "Calm down. You'll scare her away and lose her forever. Is that what you want?" He settles, but with a growl. I have to fight his instincts as well as my own, and now the bigger danger her being my mate has put her in. She is now an unwitting target because of a fluke of fate. Her words slide into my gut and her tears twist the knife. I will do anything for her, except let her leave. I need to take her home, where she'll be safe, as well as being the only place my wolf will let her be without claiming her outright. "You need to come with me," I grit out, hating the way she recoils from the stark resolution in my tone. But she can't know how right my words are, not until I earn her trust and she accepts the bond, both of which are my top priority. I'll do anything to keep her safe, even if it means she hates me at first. Now that I have you, I'm never going to let you go.
Chapter 5. Amber. I can't believe what he's just told me. My mind reels, trying to process the impossible reality unfolding before my eyes. A wolf shifter? Fated mates? It's like something out of a paranormal romance novel. If only. I happily let myself drift for hours with those sorts of book boyfriends, but this is real life, not a fantasy. Fear sets off explosions in my brain, synapses firing in a cascade of panic and disbelief. I wait for the inevitable, and given our position, state of undress, and the rigid length of steel tucked against my folds, I expect him to take what he clearly wants. It's the sincerity shining in his gray eyes that I don't expect, or the way his breath shakes and his arms tremble as he slowly stands, pulling away from me. He looks down at me splayed on the ground, his gaze growing dark and heated as it roams my body. His gaze sticks on the tattoo on my chest, flare and heat. I squeak in mortification and glare up at him. "Keep your eyes to yourself, mister," I snap, trying to inject some steel into my voice despite the whispery quaver. To my surprise, he actually looks chagrined. "I apologize," he murmurs, stooping to retrieve the towel that went flying in our tussle. He hands it to me, his expression solemn. "It isn't my intention to make you uncomfortable." I snatch the towel from his grasp, hastily covering myself even though the small scrap of terry cloth does little to preserve my modesty. Really? Because when you told me you weren't going to let me go, that made me pretty damn uncomfortable. His face grows serious, those striking features settling into lines of grim determination. It's for your own protection. I can't help the bark of incredulous laughter that escapes me. My mind is still struggling to wrap around the fact that I just witnessed him shift from a massive wolf into a man before my eyes. And who's going to protect me from you? A slow, devastating grin unfurls across his lips, transforming him from merely handsome to heart-stopping. He holds out a hand to me, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and something far more intense. I'm the only protection you'll ever need, sweetheart. I'll do anything for my mate. Reluctantly, I place my hand in his, knowing I don't have much choice. He hauls me to my feet as though I weigh nothing, his strength both thrilling and terrifying. If you'll do anything for me, then let me go, I challenge, tilting my chin up defiantly. Anything but that, he counters smoothly, his grip on my hand tightening fractionally. Once you feel our bond, you'll understand. I'd call him insane, but there's no refuting I saw him change from a wolf to a man with my own eyes. It's impossible, and yet it happened. This is definitely a story for the rumor mill. He tugs me forward, and I collide with the solid wall of his chest. It takes every ounce of willpower not to squirm at the contact. I let my gaze drop purposefully, making sure he knows I'm looking. Just so we're clear, I won't be doing anything to help you out with that. His smirk only widens, his expression morphing from handsome to downright devilish. You say that now, but I can scent your arousal. Don't make claims you don't intend to keep. Heat floods my cheeks at his words, and I shove away from him, all too aware of the cool breeze caressing my bare backside. A gentleman would at least let me get dressed before dragging me off to his cave, I mutter, wrapping the towel more securely around myself. I'll bide my time, play along until he lets his guard down, and then, the moment he's not looking, I'll run like hell. I'm all too aware of how remote we are out here, but I'll find a way to escape. There's no way I'm sticking around for him to do what he clearly wants to do to me. I'm still a little confused why he didn't take what he wanted when he could. I could have done nothing to fight him off. He's too big and I'm too compromised. But I'll try and work it out later. It's too much for my mind to compute at the moment. First, we'll pack up your campsite, he declares, as though reading my thoughts. Then, once everything is secure, I'll take you back to my home. I blink at him, startled. How do you know I have a camp set up nearby? He taps the side of his nose, a knowing glint in his eye. Wolf shifters have incredibly keen senses, remember? I already told you, I can scent things that are far beyond the human range, and your scent is all over this area, and has been for a while. My blush deepens, mortification warring with a traitorous curl of desire low in my belly. I shouldn't be reacting this way to him, damn it. I should be focused on escaping, not on the enticing musk of his skin, or the way his muscles flex as he moves. Wolf shifter? I ask. That's what we call ourselves. I'm human, just like you, but I can also shift into my wolf form. I can explain it more now, if you like. He glances down the length of his body. Fine. I turn on my heel and march off in the direction of my campsite. I need to get dressed anyway. This stupid scrap of fabric isn't doing me any favors. I choose to disagree. He follows close behind, his presence a palpable force at my back. When we reach my truck, I whirl to face him, one hand clutching the towel. I'm going in my tent so I can change, I order, mustering as much dignity as I can. And no peeking, or I swear I'll find a way to neuter you. He lifts his hands in feigned surrender, a smile curving the corners of his mouth as he obediently turns his back. All the while, My mind races, desperately trying to formulate a plan. I have to get away from him, from this insane situation. The longer I stay, the more I risk falling under his spell. Even with fear and adrenaline coursing through my veins, I can't deny the pull I feel toward him. An invisible cord draws me closer, a whisper in my soul urging surrender. Heaven help me. But a secret, shameful part of me yearns to be caught. When I turn, though, it's to find him close behind me. My eyes roam over his body as though they have a mind of their own, drinking in the sight of his broad shoulders and cut abs. I've always been an abs girl, and his are like something out of a fitness magazine, each muscle perfectly defined and rippling with strength. He flexes when he catches me staring, a knowing smirk playing at his mouth. I huff in annoyance, more at myself than him, and storm into my tent, desperate to put some distance between us. His low chuckle follows me, the sound sending goosebumps skittering across my skin. With shaking hands, I haphazardly yank on clothes, never more grateful than right now for the simple comfort of underwear. My mind races as I fumble with my phone, praying for a miracle in the form of cell reception, but the screen remains stubbornly blank, not a single bar in sight. I almost stagger beneath crashing waves of hopelessness. He's going to take me to his house, and no one will ever hear from me again. I'll become one of those lost women I've been looking for, my body left to rot in an unmarked grave, my disappearance forever a mystery. Except now I know the terrible truth. It was wolf shifters all along. A hysterical laugh bubbles up my throat, and I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle the sound, not wanting to alert him to my unraveling composure. Wolf shifters. The very idea is ludicrous, and yet the undeniable proof is right outside, waiting to spirit me away to God knows where. "Are you all right in there?" he calls, a note of concern threading through his deep timbre. I choke on air, my lungs seizing. Nothing about this situation is even remotely all right. A tremor racks my frame, my knees threatening to buckle when my brain chooses to throw the full force of my situation into startling clarity. Suddenly, he's there, ducking into the tent and filling the small space with his overwhelming presence. One look at my ashen face is all it takes before he sweeps me into his arms, cradling me in his lap as he settles us both on my narrow cot. "Shh, it's okay," he soothes, running a large hand up and down my back in calming strokes. "You're just in shock, sweetheart. I've got you. Just breathe." I squirm in his hold, beating weakly at his chest. "Let me go," I demand, but there's no real force behind the words. As much as I hate to admit it, his touch is oddly soothing, the heat of his skin seeping through my clothes and into my chilled bones. I try to list all the reasons I shouldn't find a single thing about him comforting. He could be a serial killer. He's not even fully human. He might be completely insane. More than that, he isn't begging me to keep his secret or letting me go, which means he was deadly serious about his intentions to take me with him. And yet, he's tearing down my defenses with a gentleness that makes no sense. What kind of kidnapper comforts their victim? What's more, I'm falling for it. As I wrestle with my turbulent thoughts, a tiny spark flares to life deep in my chest, nestled in a hidden place I never knew existed. It pulses with warmth, glowing brighter with each passing second, a ball of shimmering white shot through with gold, and then an essence that is distinctly not my own merges with that light, twining around it like a caress. It's undeniably masculine, a force of nature, rugged and as unyielding as tempered steel. Shocked and terrified by the alien sensation, I shove against his chest and scramble off his lap, falling to the ground in an ungraceful heap. "Please cover that thing." I wave my hand at his crotch. Heart lodged in my throat, I snatch up the discarded towel and fling it at him. To my surprise, he complies without argument, and the sight of him clutching the fluffy white fabric to his groin is almost comical. Somehow this massive, muscled giant of a man manages to look downright adorable in his makeshift loincloth, and a hysterical giggle threatens to escape me. Clamping down on the ill-timed mirth, I put as much distance between us as the cramped tent allows. "You can clearly see I don't want this," I tell him, my voice wavering only slightly. "I don't want to be with you. So why on earth would you bother trying to soothe me or offer comfort? It's not like I'm going to magically reciprocate your feelings. There has to be another reason you're so intent on keeping me here, something you're not telling me." My investigative instincts are screaming at me, insisting there's more to this than some delusional shifter crush. To my shock, he doesn't even attempt to deny it. Hanging his head, he rakes a hand through his hair, the gesture achingly human. When he meets my gaze again, his eyes are filled with a mixture of chagrin and resignation. "You're right," he admits heavily. "There is another reason." I brace myself, steeling my spine for whatever fresh hell he's about to unleash, but nothing can prepare me for his next words. "Without you, I'll turn feral," he says, his voice quiet but intense. A wolf shifter's mate is the only thing that can bring us back from that brink, anchor our humanity. The bond has to strengthen for it to work. I can already feel you, but it'll take longer for you to fully sense our connection, being human and all. Once you do, though, you'll fully understand what we are to each other. I stare at him, my mind reeling. So that's it then? The unvarnished truth laid bare. It's not about me as a person at all. He doesn't want me, not really. He needs me to save him from his own cursed biology. I'm nothing more than a means to an end. I can't believe when my stomach churns at the thought. Surely there has to be another way, I protest weakly, grasping for any alternative to the fate he's described. There's always another option. He just shakes his head, his expression grim and resigned. An inexplicable wave of sorrow washes through me, sudden and sharp. I rub at my chest, trying to ease the phantom ache blooming beneath my ribs. When I look up at him again, his jaw is set in a determined line. He secures the towel around his lean hips and takes a step toward me. "Tell me how you want your things packed," he says, his tone brooking no argument. "The threat of a feral attack is very real out here, so you're coming with me either way. Might as well bring what you need to be comfortable. Otherwise you leave with nothing but the clothes on your back." I swallow hard, my heart sinking like a stone. He's not giving me a choice, not really. All I can do now is try to salvage what little control I have left and pray I find a way out of this nightmare.
Chapter 6. Caleb. I hate talking to her like this, my words blunt and unyielding, but there's no way to soften the blow. I refuse to lie to her, no matter how much the truth paints me as the villain in her eyes. Judging by the look of abject horror that crosses her delicate features, I'm making a complete mess of this entire situation. There's no other way forward. This is quite literally a matter of life and death, and I don't want to put her in even more danger than she's already in, simply by virtue of meeting me. Her current campsite, while well organized and thought out, offers little in the way of real protection against threats lurking in these woods. I need to get her back to my house as quickly as possible, where I have access to the PAC's CB radio and can call for backup from Mitch and Zane should that be necessary, especially before we're fully bonded and she's a flight risk. In truth, her safety is my top priority, even above my own fate. If it comes down to a choice between protecting her and succumbing to feral madness, I won't hesitate. But she asked for the truth, and I refuse to keep anything from her, no matter how damning it may be. I'll never pressure her into anything she doesn't want, mate bond or no. If we're to be together, it will be entirely on her terms and at her pace. Spotting her backpack half hidden beneath a pile of supplies, I fish it out and hand it to her, nodding toward her scattered belongings. "Pack what you need," I tell her, trying to infuse some gentleness into my tone. She grumbles under her breath, muttering about wanting to bring everything with her. I shake my head, anticipating her protests. Even if we took her truck from here, it would take hours to drive back down the fire track to the main road and then to the road that would take us back home. It's much quicker and easier by foot. Or rather, by paw. My wolf perks up at that, a fierce grin stretching across his muzzle in my mind's eye. He's far too excited by the prospect of having our mate riding on his back, her soft body pressed close. I mentally chastise him, reminding him that his impulsive actions are at least partly to blame for her current state of fear. Mollified, he slinks back into the recesses of my consciousness, allowing me to focus on the task at hand. As I set about breaking down her campsite and packing her belongings, I can't help but steal glances at her from the corner of my eye. She's breathtaking, even in her obvious distress. The knowledge that she's mine, that the goddess saw fit to bless me with such a perfect match, sends a thrill through me. I send up a silent prayer of thanks, vowing to do whatever it takes to keep her safe and earn her trust. It takes me the better part of an hour to get everything squared away, working diligently despite the hindrance of wearing nothing but a too small towel. In a way, I'm grateful for the flimsy covering. It keeps me focused on maintaining it around my hips, rather than the intoxicating scent of her arousal that leaves my body in a near-constant state of readiness. She perches on a nearby rock, clutching her now full backpack to her chest like a lifeline. Fear and uncertainty radiates from her, and it takes every ounce of willpower not to sweep her into my arms and attempt to soothe her worries with soft words and tender touches. I know such advances would be unwelcome, at least for now. As I finish securing the last of her gear, she shoots me a dubious look, her brow furrowed. "We'll need my truck," she insists, eyeing my bare feet with a mix of concern and exasperation. "You can't possibly walk through the forest like that. You'll cut your feet to ribbons." A smile tugs at my lips, warmth blooming in my chest at her practical nature, even in the midst of such upheaval. She's going to keep me on my toes for the rest of our lives, and I look forward to the challenge. "I won't be walking on these feet," I assure her, my voice low and filled with promise. "I'll be carrying you in my wolf form. It's the safest and most efficient way to get us both home before nightfall." She's stricken, her eyes wide and disbelieving as she splutters, "I can't do that. You can't seriously expect me to just climb on your back like some kind of fairy tale princess." I hold her gaze, my expression calm but resolute. "It's the quickest way. You have two choices here. Either you get on my back and let me carry you, or we walk side by side through the forest, with you holding on to me for guidance. Navigating in my wolf form is infinitely easier, and it'll ensure we don't end up stumbling around in the dark." She glances up at the sky, noting the lengthening shadows and the golden hue of the late afternoon light. I can see uncertainty warring with reluctant acceptance in her eyes, but time is a luxury we don't have. Without further preamble, I tug off the towel, smirking inwardly at the sharp spike of her arousal that echoes through our bond. In the next heartbeat, I let the change wash over me, my human form melting away in a ripple of fur and sinew. She stares at me, her expression caught between wonderment and trepidation. I want to make this as easy and non-threatening for her as possible. My wolf is in complete agreement, desiring nothing more than to soothe our mate's fears. In a show of submission and trust, my wolf drops to his belly and crawls across the ground toward her, his ears pricked forward and his tail wagging gently. I mentally roll my eyes at his antics, chiding him for acting like an overgrown puppy, but then her full pink lips part, a breathy sound of awe escaping her, and I can't find it in me to complain. Tentatively, she reaches out with a shaking hand, her fingers hovering just above my fur. My wolf inches closer, practically vibrating with the need to feel her touch. When her hand finally sinks into the thick ruff at my neck, a full-body shiver rolls through me, my eyes slipping closed in bliss. "I've never touched a wolf before," she murmurs, almost to herself. Her fingers grow bolder, stroking along my broad back and then up to scratch lightly behind my ears. Then again, it never even crossed my mind to try, until now. I hold perfectly still, savoring the sensation of her hands on me, freely given. Each brush of her fingertips sends sparks skittering beneath my skin, and I know I'll never tire of her touch. Suddenly, a distant howl cuts through the tranquil moment, setting my nerves on edge. It's coming from the direction of the Ironjaw Pack's territory. The urgent need to get my mate to safety intensifies. I wasn't exaggerating when I told her about the keen senses of our kind. If the wind shifts just right, any unmated wolves in the vicinity will catch her alluring scent. I chuff softly to get her attention and then nudge her hip with my nose, urging her to climb onto my back. She hesitates for a brief second before slinging her backpack over her shoulders and muttering something about pushy wolves and the rumor mill and no one will believe me. I huff in amusement, crouching as low as I can to make it easier for her to mount. She settles astride me, her warm weight a welcome presence. When I rise to my full height, she lets out a startled squeak, her hands fisting in my fur for balance. Standing, I easily match the height of a small pony, and carrying her is no burden at all. I take a few measured steps, allowing her to adjust to the rhythm of my gait. She relaxes by increments, her death grip on my fur easing as she grows more confident in her seat. I drink in the sight of her as I glance back over my shoulder, the way her burnished curls dance in the breeze, the determined set of her delicate jaw, and the undeniable spark of excitement in her eyes. She's enjoying this despite her initial reservation. The knowledge fills me with a fierce joy, my wolf flashing a toothy grin before he surges forward, powerful legs eating up the distance. Her fingers tighten reflexively, but rather than telling me to stop, a thrill of exhilaration travels through our bond, spurring me on. My wolf takes it as permission to show off a bit, racing through the trees at breakneck speed and leaping over fallen logs with effortless grace. The forest blurs around us, individual leaves and branches melding into a sea of verdant green as we fly past. Each dodge and weave around obstacles is a testament to my strength and agility, a silent promise that I will always keep her safe. Her delighted laughter rings out, a melody more beautiful than the most ethereal birdsong. In that moment, the bond between us sings with a pure, unfettered happiness. For the first time since I laid eyes on her, I allow myself to hope that she might one day accept me, all parts of me, and the life it entails. On a whim, I take a slight detour, following a winding path that leads to one of my favorite vistas. As we crest a rise, the trees part to reveal a sweeping valley below, the late afternoon sun casting the whole scene in a buttery golden glow. Her awe and appreciation thrums through our connection, and a deep sense of rightness settles in my bones. My mate, the woman whose name I don't even know yet, loves the untamed wilderness as much as I do. Once again, I marvel at the wisdom of the goddess in her choice of partner for me. Her matches are always flawless, designed to complement each other in every way. With each newly uncovered facet of my mate's personality, I fall a little more in love. Yes, love, even though I've only just met her. My soul recognizes hers on such an intrinsically deep level, the bond doesn't need time to develop. The well of deep love is already there. It's the lifetime of getting to know her I'm excited about. At last, the welcoming sight of my cabin, our cabin, comes into view. Nestled amongst towering evergreens, the sprawling log home is a testament to the years of love and dedication I've poured into its construction. Every painstakingly hewn beam, every stone of the massive river rock fireplace, every inch of the deep, shaded porch, all of it was crafted with my future mate in mind long before I knew her face. The two-story structure strikes a perfect balance between rustic charm and modern comfort, with large picture windows to let in plenty of natural light and a wide wraparound porch complete with a gently swaying porch swing. It's a home built for a family, warm and inviting and ready to be filled with love and laughter. I pad to a gentle stop near the front steps and sit back on my haunches, allowing her to slide gracefully from my back. She lands lightly on her feet, her gaze immediately drawn to the cabin. It's beautiful. Her eyes grow wide with wonder as she takes in every detail. Pride and satisfaction unfurl in my chest at her approval. I want nothing more than to tell her that it's hers, that every inch of this place was always meant for her. I want to shift and tell her, but I hold my tongue, instinctively knowing she's not ready for the depth of my devotion. Not yet. Instead, I quietly slink off to retrieve the clothes I'd hastily shed. As much as part of me longs to remain bare and unencumbered in her presence, I know I need to be mindful of her comfort level and human sensibilities. I can't push too hard, too fast. Just as I'm tugging on my pants, a sudden prickle of awareness races up my spine, the fine hairs at the back of my neck standing on end. I spin around, my gaze scanning the tree line for any sign of a threat. But the forest remains still and silent, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Unease coils in my gut as I turn back to check on my mate. She's rubbing absently at her chest, a small frown marring her brow. As though she senses my scrutiny, her eyes flick up to meet mine, and the strange moment is broken. Shrugging into my flannel shirt, I quickly button it and roll up the sleeves as I close the distance between us. There will be time to worry about phantom dangers later. For now, I have a far more important task at hand, showing the woman who already holds my heart the home I built for her with my own 2 hands.
Chapter 7. My mouth goes dry when I see the man who kidnapped me, now dressed in fitted jeans and a flannel shirt. As he walks toward me, he rolls up his sleeves, the casual gesture somehow making him even more attractive. I can't deny the effect he has on me, much as I wish I could. He was undeniably sexy naked, all rippling muscle and raw power, but seeing him clothed adds a whole new dimension to his appeal. The worn denim hugs his muscular thighs and perfectly frames the impressive bulge I know is hiding beneath. My gaze is drawn to it like a magnet, heat pooling low in my belly as memories of his hard length pressed against me flood my mind. As though sensing the traitorous desire trickling through my veins, he slows his pace, his smoldering gaze locking with mine when I finally manage to lift my eyes. There's a faint quirk to his lips, a hint of male satisfaction at my obvious appreciation of his form. He finds my inability to look away amusing. The arrogant jerk. I refuse to be one of those simpering women who swoon at the first sight of a contoured jawline and broad shoulders. I have more self-respect than that. I square my shoulders and meet his stare head-on, determined to regain some semblance of control in this insane situation. I should at least know the name of the man who's holding me captive, I say, proud of how steady my voice remains. Caleb, he replies, the single word rolling off his tongue like a caress. My name is Caleb. I have a petty moment where I consider withholding my own name in retaliation, but ultimately decide it's not worth the energy. Amber, I bite out, the syllables clipped and harsh in comparison to his honeyed tones. His smile softens, something warm and appreciative kindling in his gray eyes. Amber, he repeats, savoring the sound of it on his lips. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. It suits you. I blink, taken aback by the sincerity in his voice. He's not just offering empty flattery, he truly believes what he's saying. The realization leaves me feeling wrong-footed and unsure, my usual snark deserting me in the face of his earnest admiration. Seeming to sense my discomfort, Caleb gestures toward the cabin's front door, which stands slightly ajar. After you, he murmurs, ever the gentleman despite the circumstances. I hesitate, every instinct screaming at me not to step foot inside. It goes against every piece of advice ever given to a girl in a potentially dangerous situation, but then I've already broken those rules by getting on the back of a giant wolf and allowing him to carry me miles from civilization. In for a penny and for a pound, I suppose. Steeling my spine, I march up the steps and cross the threshold, only to stop short at the sight that greets me. The interior of the cabin is stunning. Soft plush couches and muted grays and creams are arranged to take full advantage of the massive river rock fireplace that dominates one wall. The stonework is exquisite, the kind of artisanal craftsmanship found in a luxury ski lodge or a celebrity's mountain retreat. Everything, from the gleaming hardwood floors to the tasteful modern light fixtures, speaks of comfort and understated elegance. It's the sort of space I've always dreamed of living in, a perfect blend of rustic charm and contemporary style. "This is amazing!" The words slip out before I can stop them. Immediately I want to kick myself for the lapse, for letting him see even a tiny crack in my armor. I risk a glance at Caleb to find he's smiling at me, his expression suffused with quiet pride and something else I can't quite name, something that makes my heart squeeze in my chest, a sensation that's equal parts thrilling and terrifying. "I'm glad you like it. Would you like a tour? I promise I'm not a serial killer plotting to stash you in the freezer once I've chopped you up into tiny little pieces." A startled laugh bubbles up my throat at his attempt at humor. It's such a normal thing to say to relieve nervous tension. For a split second, I allow myself to pretend that's all this is. A handsome man showing me his home, the two of us flirting and feeling each other out like any other couple. The reality of my predicament is too great, though, and crashes down around me. This isn't a date, and Caleb isn't just some random guy I met at a bar. He's a shape-shifting kidnapper who's fixated on me for reasons I still don't fully understand. Even knowing all that, I can't entirely suppress the flutter of attraction in my stomach when he looks at me, or the traitorous warmth that blooms in my chest at the thought of exploring this beautiful house with him. What is wrong with me? I've never been the type to get all starry-eyed over a pretty face, and my track record with men is spotty at best. Prime example number 1, Jordan. I should be focusing on escape, not daydreaming about playing house with my captor. I give a curt nod, disgusted with myself, my walls slamming back into place. "Fine, let's get this over with, but keep your hands to yourself. I might be small, but my fist is ball height." Caleb holds up his hands in mock surrender, his grin turning playful. "Wouldn't dream of it, sweetheart. I'm a perfect gentleman, remember?" I snort, rolling my eyes as I brush past him, taking care not to let our bodies touch. "Sure you are, and I'm the Queen of Sheba." As the sarcastic words leave my lips, I can't ignore the way my skin prickles with awareness at his proximity, or the intoxicating scent of pine and musk that clings to him. Every cell in my body is attuned to his presence, a live wire of unwanted desire sparking to life inside me. I can only pray that this tour is mercifully short, and that I can find a way to keep my traitorous hormones in check long enough to figure out an escape plan, because the longer I spend in Caleb's company, the harder it becomes to remember why I'm supposed to resist him. He leads me through the house, each room as impressive as the last. The decor is a perfect blend of modern and rustic, with clean lines and natural materials, creating a sense of warmth and sophistication. Everything looks brand new, as if the house has been waiting for its first occupant. What really stuns me, though, are the floor-to-ceiling windows that grace every room, offering stunning views of the surrounding forest. I find myself lingering at each one, drinking in the peaceful beauty of the trees and the play of light and shadow across the landscape. It's clear that the placement of each window has been carefully considered to showcase the best possible vista. Lost in thought, I almost don't notice Caleb watching me quietly as he trails behind, allowing me to explore at my own pace. When I glance back at him, the earlier cockiness has vanished, replaced by a contemplative seriousness that catches me off guard. I suspect his previous bravado was born more from nervousness than genuine arrogance. He clears his throat, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Are you hungry? I could make us something to eat if you'd like." My stomach chooses that moment to let out an embarrassingly loud growl, reminding me that I'd planned on making lunch after my swim, before Caleb upended my entire world. Biting my lip, I nod, not quite trusting my voice. His smile widens, and I catch a glimpse of twin dimples bracketing his mouth. Damn him for being so unfairly attractive. I've always been a sucker for dimples, and his are deep enough to make my knees weak. Seemingly oblivious to my inner turmoil, Caleb leads me to the kitchen, a spacious and well-evaded room that would make any home chef weep with envy. He pulls out a stool at the large center island and gestures for me to sit. As he moves around the kitchen, gathering ingredients and utensils with an easy familiarity, we fall into conversation. It's surprisingly natural, given the circumstances, and I find myself relaxing by degrees. "What brought you all the way out here?" he asks as he chops vegetables with quick, precise movements. "Shifters, let alone humans, don't find their way so deep into the forest." I hesitate, weighing my options. On one hand, I'm not sure how much I should reveal about my investigation, but on the other, I'm already privy to his biggest secret, my knowledge of the existence of wolf shifters. There's a vulnerability beneath his calm exterior that tugs at something deep inside me, urging me to be honest with him. Besides, I still need this story if I have any hope of salvaging my career. Assuming, of course, that Caleb isn't actually a serial killer planning to make me his next victim. The fact that he's currently cooking me a gourmet meal and has poured me a generous glass of expensive-looking wine suggests otherwise, but one can never be too careful. More than that, though, Caleb clearly knows this area like the back of his hand. If anyone can help me locate the rumored graves, it's him. And if there really is something nefarious going on out here, the world deserves to know the truth. Mind made up, I take a fortifying sip of wine and meet his gaze head-on. "I'm looking for graves," I say bluntly, watching his face for any sign of recognition or alarm, relaxing slightly when I find nothing but open curiosity. There are rumors of women going missing in these woods, dating back decades. I'm following up on a lead. His brows flicker, concern darkening his eyes. "A lead?" he echoes, setting aside his knife and giving me his full attention. "Are you law enforcement?" I shake my head, a wry smile tugging at my lips. "Journalist," I clarify, a touch of pride entering my voice. "Freelance investigative reporter, to be precise. I specialize in uncovering the truth behind obscure cases and urban legends, and I'll have you know, I'm pretty well known in certain circles." To my surprise, Caleb's expression transforms, a warm light kindling in his gaze. He looks proud of me, I realize with a jolt, as if my career is something to be admired and celebrated rather than a source of pity or scorn. "That's incredible. It takes a lot of courage and tenacity to do what you do. I'm impressed," he says, genuine respect coloring his tone. I duck my head, an unfamiliar heat creeping into my cheeks at his praise. I'm not used to anyone taking my work seriously, let alone a man like Caleb. Most people hear freelance journalist and imagine me scribbling fluff pieces for trashy tabloids or chasing conspiracy theories from my parents' basement. Caleb seems to understand the importance of what I do, the drive to uncover the hidden truths that others would prefer to keep buried. It's unsettling and exhilarating all at once, to be seen so clearly by someone I barely know. Desperate to steer the conversation back to safer ground, I clear my throat and straighten my spine. "Yes, well, that's why I'm out here. I caught wind of some strange disappearances in the area, and I wanted to see if there was any truth to the rumors. Call it professional curiosity." "I'd call it brave," he says. Caleb's reaction catches me off guard. It's a far cry from the jealousy and resentment that always simmered beneath the surface with my ex. Jordan could never quite stomach the fact that I consistently outshone him in the newsroom, my articles always generating more buzz and accolades than his. It's probably why he took such vindictive glee in torpedoing my career when things went south between us. I shake off the bitter memories, focusing instead on the mystery at hand. "I just don't understand why no one has found these graves before now. If women have been disappearing for as long as the rumors suggest, surely someone would have stumbled across some evidence by now." Caleb's expression turns pensive. "The thing is, not just anyone can find Willowbrook or the Longtooth Packlands. The entire area is protected by powerful wards and ancient magic that conceals our presence from the outside world. Only those with wolf shifter blood can pass through the barriers. I blink, trying to process this new information. So, what you're saying is, I have shifter blood? I ask slowly, my mind whirling with the implications. That's why I was able to find my way here. And why we're mates? He nods, a glimmer of hope sparking in his gray eyes. And if there are graves, the people who fill them won't be human. Ilara, the witch who maintains our wards, might know more about them. I'll ask if she knows anything about them. Witches? I echo faintly, a slightly hysterical laugh bubbling up my throat. Of course there are witches. And why not? My entire worldview has already been turned on its head, so what's one more supernatural bombshell? Chapter 8. Amber. Caleb's face softens and he reaches out as if to take my hand before seeming to think better of it. I know it's a lot to take in. You must be exhausted, both mentally and physically. Why don't you go freshen up and try to get some rest? I promise we can talk more in the morning. I want to bristle at the suggestion, to insist that I'm fine and perfectly capable of handling whatever else he wants to throw at me. But the truth is, I'm dead on my feet, the events of the day catching up in a rush of absolute weariness. A hot shower does sound nice, I admit, trying not to dwell on how easily he seems to read me. I suppose a few hours of sleep couldn't hurt either. Caleb's lips quirk into a small, knowing smile. I had a feeling you might say that. The creek is refreshing in the summer, but nothing beats a steaming shower after a long day. His expression turns wistful, almost tender. I can sense your needs and desires through our bond, even if you're not fully aware of it yet. In time, you'll be able to feel me too. I stiffen, a frisson of unease skittering down my spine. The idea of him being privy to my innermost thoughts and feelings while I'm left fumbling in the dark is deeply unsettling. It gives him far too much power over me, and I hate feeling vulnerable or exposed. Don't get your hopes up. As far as I'm concerned, this so-called bond is nothing more than a figment of your overactive imagination. I don't feel anything for you, and I certainly don't need you to tell me what I want. I slam my walls back up, hoping they're strong enough to stop my emotions leaching into him. Hurt flashes across Caleb's face. There and gone so quickly I think I imagined it, but the tightening of his jaw and the sudden tension in his broad shoulders tells me my words hit their mark. A tiny, traitorous part of me aches at the sight of his pain. If he's so attuned to my emotions, he should have found a better way to break the news of our supposed destiny. He should have given me a choice in the matter, instead of giving me the biggest fright of my life when he revealed his wolf. I think I'll turn in now. It's been a long day, and I'm sure tomorrow will be even longer. Caleb hesitates, looking for a moment like he wants to argue, but then he sighs, his expression resigned as he gestures for me to follow him down the hall. Of course. Let me show you to your room. The bedroom he leads me to is like something out of a high-end resort, all plush cream carpets and sumptuous bedding in soothing shades of gray and white. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the moonlit forest, the inky shadows of the trees stretching out to embrace the house. It's easily the most luxurious space I've ever had the privilege to call my own, even temporarily. I can't allow myself to get too comfortable or let my guard down. This gilded cage is still a prison no matter how prettily it's decorated. Caleb sets my backpack by the door, hovering awkwardly. The bathroom is just through there, he says, nodding toward an adjoining door. You should find everything you need. Towels, toiletries, sleep clothes. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly feeling small and lost in the face of his careful consideration. It would be so much easier to hate him if he were cruel or callous, but this quiet kindness is far more insidious, worming its way past my defenses when I'm at my most vulnerable. Thank you. For the room, I mean. It's nice. A flash of something that might be disappointment crosses Caleb's face, but it's gone before I can be sure. Well, I'll let you get settled. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call out. I'll hear you. He slips out of the room, pulling the door shut behind him with a soft click. I stand frozen for a long moment, half expecting him to burst back in and demand something, a goodnight kiss, perhaps, or a more tangible show of gratitude for his hospitality. Seconds tick by in silence, broken only by the distant hooting of an owl somewhere out in the forest. Slowly, I allow myself to relax, the tension leaching from my muscles as I accept that, for now at least, I'm alone. Alone and yet not nearly as relieved as I should be, because even as I revel in my solitude, a tiny, shameful part of me aches for Caleb's presence, for the electric thrill of his touch and the intensity of his gaze. It's as if he's awakened something inside me, some long-dormant hunger that gnaws at my insides, demanding to be sated. I give my head a hard shake, banishing such foolish, dangerous thoughts. I can't afford to let my guard down or succumb to whatever twisted attraction simmers between us. Not if I want to escape this nightmare with my sanity and my self-respect intact. Determined to put some distance between me and my unsettling host, I make a beeline for the bathroom, eager to wash away the grime and confusion of the day. The space is just as luxurious as the bedroom, all gleaming marble and high-end fixtures that wouldn't look out of place in a 5-star hotel. I strip off my dirty, sweat-stained clothes and step into the cavernous shower, groaning aloud as the steaming water hits my skin. For a few blissful minutes, I let myself get lost in the simple pleasure of being clean, the pounding spray sluicing away the aches and worries that plague me. All too soon, reality comes crashing back in, and with it the inescapable truth of my situation. I'm trapped in the middle of nowhere with a man who claims to be my soulmate, a man who can turn into a wolf at will and who seems to know me better than I know myself. It's like something out of a fever dream, a twisted fairy tale where the big bad wolf is the hero and I'm the helpless damsel in distress. Except I'm not helpless, I remind myself fiercely, squaring my shoulders beneath the spray. I'm a survivor, a fighter, and I'll be damned if I let Caleb or fate itself dictate my life. Reinvigorated by my little pep talk, I finish my shower and towel off, feeling more like myself than I have since I saw Caleb turn from a wolf into a man. I dig through the drawers to find a pair of comfortable pajamas and slip them on. The bed is just as inviting as it looks, the mattress cradling my body like a cloud as I burrow beneath the plush comforter. Sleep proves elusive despite my exhaustion, my mind spinning with too many questions and not enough answers. How can I be expected to accept this idea of a fated mate, of a destiny that was chosen for me without my knowledge or consent? I can't deny the pull I feel toward Caleb, the way my body responds to his as if we're two halves of the same whole. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once, a temptation I'm not sure I'm strong enough to resist. With a heavy sigh, I roll over to face the window, seeking solace in the familiar sight of the moon and stars. When I was a child, camping with my parents in the wilderness, we used to lay in our sleeping bags and make up stories about the alien worlds that might be out there, just waiting to be discovered. It was a game of imagination and possibility, a reminder that there was so much more to the universe than our little corner of it. I could use some of that wonder and optimism now, I think. Wryly, my lips twisting into a rueful smile. God knows my current reality is stranger than any fiction we could have dreamed up back then. A flicker of movement outside the window catches my eye. I blink, sure I must be imagining things, but there it is again, a small, darting white ball of light that moves steadily closer to the house. I sit up, my heart in my throat as the light grows brighter, until it's almost blinding in its intensity. Between one breath and the next, a figure appears at the foot of my bed, A woman, her long blonde hair matted with dirt and blood, her eyes wild and haunted as she stares down at me. She opens her mouth in a scream, but no sound comes out, just an eerie, unnatural silence that sends chills racing down my spine. I try to call out for help, but my voice has deserted me, trapped behind the lump of terror lodged in my throat. The woman's face contorts with rage, her features twisting into a mask of fury. Before I can even think to defend myself, she lunges forward, her icy fingers diving to my chest, fingers sinking through my skin. I jolt awake with a strangled gasp, my heart pounding against my ribs. The room is dark and still, the ghostly apparition nowhere to be seen. It was just a dream, I realize, sagging back against the pillows with a shaky exhale. A vivid, terrifying dream, but a dream nonetheless. I can't shake the feeling of unease that lingers, the sense that something is very, very wrong. I slip out of bed and pad into the bathroom, splashing cool water on my face and gulping down a few mouthfuls straight from the tap in an attempt to calm my racing pulse. Sleep will be impossible now, my mind too wired and my nerves too raw to even contemplate going back to bed. Almost against my will, my gaze is drawn to the window once more, to the soft glow of light spilling from the open door of what looks like a workshop or shed outside. I make out Caleb's silhouette moving inside, his powerful form casting shadows on the walls as he works on some unseen project. There's something soothing about the rhythmic motion of his hands, the fluid grace of his movements as he sands and shapes the wood. I find myself leaning closer to the glass, my breath fogging the pain as I watch him. Has he been out there all night? The thought sends a strange pang through my chest, a tangle of emotions I don't care to examine too closely. Concern, curiosity, and something softer, more dangerous, that I refuse to put a name to. Before I realize what I'm doing, I slip on my shoes and creep out of the bedroom, drawn by some inexorable force toward the man who both frightens and fascinates me. It's foolish, I know, to seek him out, when I should be focused on escape and self-preservation. But in this moment, with the echoes of my nightmare still clinging to my skin, I can't bring myself to care. I need answers, and something tells me Caleb is the only one who can provide them, even if those answers come at a price I'm not sure I'm willing to pay.
Chapter 9. Caleb, I hope I can hold out long enough for Amber to feel the bond between us. Her presence is so intense inside me, a constant hum in my veins. It tears me apart to know she doesn't feel me with the same overwhelming clarity. The wariness and uncertainty that clouds her aura prickle like thorns. All I want is for her to feel loved, safe, and protected in my presence. To know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that I will always have her best interests at heart. The mention of these graves she's investigating has me on edge. In all my years roaming these woods, I've never come across anything like what she's describing. But with the emergence of Rowan and his dark magic, I'm not ignoring any coincidences, no matter how strange they are. The recent attack on Taylor, Liam's mate, was something different. A cold, calculated move aimed at striking at the heart of our pack. If Rowan is involved in the disappearances Amber is looking into, I shudder to think what he might do to Amber if he gets his hands on her. I wish we were fully bonded already so that Amber could feel the depth of my devotion. Then she would understand that everything I've done, every choice I've made, has been to keep her safe. Not to control her or trap her, but to protect the other half of my soul. And to love her. I can't forget that, even if she's not ready to hear it yet. If it weren't for the looming threat Rowan poses, I would never have resorted to such heavy-handed tactics to keep Amber with me. I would have pretended I was human, let love develop naturally for her before I told her the truth about myself. I'm not a monster, no matter what she might think of me right now. My wolf butts against the mental barrier I've erected, his agitation growing. He's desperate to claim our mate, to mark her as ours in every way possible. Calm down. You'll only push her away if you can't get yourself under control. Neither of us would survive losing her. Not now that we've found her at last. To my relief, my wolf shows some common sense and gets himself under control. We have to be patient, gentle, two qualities I haven't exactly demonstrated thus far, much to my chagrin. More than anything, I want her to choose this life with me, to accept both man and beast because she truly wants us. I will never force her, fated bond or not. I'm not that kind of monster either. Whatever she needs, I'll get it for her. However she needs me to be, I'll be. In my weakest moments, I imagine what it would be like to have her in my bed right now, bodies entwined as I show her what it means to be mine. In my fantasies, she comes to me willingly, already accepting the wild, untamed part of my soul. After showing Amber to her room earlier, I found myself unable to settle. I tossed and turned on the sofa for hours, my mind and body too wired to succumb to sleep's sweet oblivion. Finally, admitting defeat, I trudged out to the workshop, hoping to lose myself in the familiar meditative work of crafting this table. I'm so engrossed in my task that I almost miss the soft scuff of footsteps at the door, whirling around, my heart in my throat. I expect to see a pharaoh looming in the shadows. Instead, I find Amber hovering on the threshold, her curvaceous frame swimming in an oversized hoodie. She looks small and lost, her eyes haunted in a way that sets off every protective instinct I possess. I'm across the room in an instant, gathering her trembling form into my arms before I can second-guess the impulse. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" "It's nothing, don't worry about it." She tries to pull away, but I only hold her tighter, my wolf snarling in agitation at the distress pouring off her in waves. Unacceptable. I won't stand for anything that puts that look on her face. I tip her chin up with gentle fingers until she meets my gaze. "When it comes to you, it's never nothing. Please, Amber, let me help. Tell me what's got you so shaken, and I'll do everything in my power to make it better." Something flickers in her eyes, confusion and longing warring with stubborn pride. "Why do you care so much? Even if there is some kind of bond between us, we're still practically strangers. You only met me yesterday, for God's sake." I brush a stray curl off her forehead. "Does it really feel like just a day to you? Or does it seem like we've known each other for years, even lifetimes? Your soul recognizes mine on a level deeper than conscious thought." She's silent for a long moment, her expression turning inward as she considers my words. I hold my breath, hardly daring to hope, and then I feel it. A tiny spark of wonder and recognition, the barest hint of our bond stirring to life within her. It's not much, but it's a start, a sign that her human mind is beginning to yield to the ancient magic that flows through both our veins. But she's not there yet. I can see it in the way she steps back, putting physical and emotional distance between us once more. The shudders come down as she draws back into her human notions. "I had a nightmare." She hugs her arms around her chest and looks everywhere but at me. "It rattled me, that's all. I couldn't get back to sleep afterward, so I thought I'd take a walk to clear my head. I saw the light on out here and..." She shrugs, a poor attempt at nonchalance. "I really shouldn't have bothered you with it. You've got more important things to do than listen to me whine about bad dreams. I'll just leave you to your work." She turns, but I catch her hand before she can leave. "Wait, tell me about the dream. I'd like to hear it." She tries to brush off my concern, insisting that I shouldn't worry, but I press further. "It might be more serious than you think. Please, Amber, I need to know." I don't want to frighten her with the details of what happened to Taylor, not when she's already so shaken. But if there's something sinister at work here, I have to be prepared to face it head on. Amber hesitates, conflict playing across her expressive face. "It's stupid," she mutters, dropping her eyes to the floor. "In the dream, I saw this light in the forest. It turned into a woman. She came into the bedroom and stood over me screaming, but there was no sound when she opened her mouth. She reached into my chest, trying to claw out my heart, and I woke up. That's all." A chill runs down my spine at her words. This could be important, a warning best not ignored. Dreams are often portents, messages from the spirits, or glimpses of things to come. I glance out the window, noting the first pale streaks of dawn painting the sky. I should contact Mitch, let him know what's happened. But before I can suggest it, Amber wanders over to the table I've been working on, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings. "What's this?" she asks, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. I feel a surge of excitement through our bond, her natural inquisitiveness temporarily overriding her fear. I smile at her enthusiasm, my chest warming with pride. "It's a commission piece," I explain, coming to stand beside her. "I'm charging an exorbitant amount of money for the pleasure of crafting it." Her gaze roams over the sleek lines and graceful curves of the wood. "It's beautiful," she murmurs, glancing up at me with open admiration. "You're incredibly talented, Caleb." I duck my head, pleasure suffusing me at her praise. "I'm a carpenter by trade. I fell into custom furniture making almost by accident. My sister, Mila, posted a photo of the first dresser I ever made, and it sold within a day. After that, the requests just kept coming in, and, well, here we are." Amber nods, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I can see why people would be clamoring for your work. This is a work of art." "I still enjoy the carpentry side of things too," I tell her, a note of pride entering my voice. "Building, creating something lasting with my own hands. That's why I chose to construct this house myself from the ground up." Her eyes widen, shock and awe rippling through our connection. "Wait, you're saying you built this entire place by yourself?" I nod, feeling suddenly shy under the weight of her astonished gaze. What I don't say is that I built it for her, for the mate I hadn't yet met but hoped was out there, waiting for me, that every beam and floorboard was laid with love and hope and longing for the day I could finally share it with her. Amber shakes her head, marveling as she takes in the cozy, well-proportioned space with new eyes. I feel her growing respect and admiration, and it's all I can do not to puff up with pride, my wolf sharing in the feeling. Her gaze lands on the neat stacks of lumber and various projects scattered around the workshop, and her brow crinkles. "Where do you get the wood for all of this? I can't imagine there's a Home Depot anywhere close by." I chuckle, the sound rumbling deep in my chest. "The wood is local. I mill my own timber, harvested from the forest around us. Everything I make comes from the pines that have stood sentinel over this territory for generations." She regards me with those sharp, assessing eyes, and I see her quick mind working through thoughts. Not for the first time, I'm struck by how lucky I am to have a mate as clever and perceptive as Amber. Life with her will never be dull, that's for certain. "Do you like living so far off the grid?" she asks after a moment, her head tilting to the side. "Or is the isolation more of a business decision, given your unique product sourcing?" I hesitate, weighing my words carefully. I don't want to scare her, but I know I need to be honest about the realities of my existence. My wolf, he's a bit wilder than most. Being too close to large populations, to the chaos of so-called civilization, puts him on edge. I spread my hands, encompassing the sanctuary of my workshop and the untamed beauty that surrounds us. Out here, I can find a balance between my human and animal natures. I can indulge my need to create, to build and shape and bring visions to life. I can also run free when the wolf demands it. It's a win-win for me. Ember nods slowly, understanding dawning in her eyes. "It must get lonely, though. Then again, I've lived in cities all my life, and that can be its own kind of isolation. You can be surrounded by millions of people and still feel completely alone." She shakes her head, a wistful smile tugging at her lips. "But out here, in nature, there's a different kind of connection, isn't there? The root systems of the trees, intertwining beneath the soil, branches touching and swaying together in the breeze, animals and insects living in complex communities, each playing a vital role. The whole ecosystem is a delicate dance of give and take, everything interwoven and interdependent." My wolf sits up and takes notice, his ears pricked forward in rapt attention. If he wasn't already halfway in love with our mate, he's now head over heels after a speech like that. He senses the deep understanding and respect Amber has for the natural world, the way she instinctively grasps the interconnectedness of all living things. Amber blinks, a sudden flush rising over her cheeks as she registers my intense focus. I don't know why I said all that," she stammers, looking faintly embarrassed. "It just sort of came out. My wolf liked what you said. I do too. You get it, Amber. You see the world the way we do. That's a rare and precious thing, I say. She regards me for a long moment, and I feel her gathering her courage through the bond, steeling herself for what she's about to ask. You can ask me anything you want, Amber. I'm an open book. Her eyes flare with obvious surprise and a hint of suspicion. I guess you felt that? Through this bond thing between us? I nod, keeping my expression neutral even as I fight the urge to pull her into my arms and show her just how deep our connection runs. I did, but I don't want to overwhelm you with too much too fast. We're going to take this at your pace. I very carefully do not mention the constant low-level hum of desire I feel for her, or the way my body reacts to even the smallest brush of her skin against mine. The last thing I want is to scare her off with the intensity of my need. Amber chews on her bottom lip. What's it like? Shifting into a wolf, I mean. Do you feel your animal side all the time, or is it more of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation? Does the transformation hurt? What's it like when you're in your wolf form? Which one feels more natural to you? And do your siblings all shift too, or is it just you? The questions tumble out of her in a rush, and I can't help but smile at her obvious curiosity. She's so eager to understand, to know me in all my forms, and it fills me with warmth. It's a definite step in the right direction. A becoming flush rises in her cheeks as she registers my amusement, and she ducks her head. Sorry, that was a lot all at once. You don't have to answer everything right in. I want to. I love that you want to know more about me, about my life. Never apologize for that. I try to organize my thoughts, wanting to give her the clearest picture possible. I like shifting. There's a freedom in it, a wildness that speaks to something deep in my soul. The pain is fleeting, there and gone in a heartbeat, more of a tingle, really. I pause, searching for the right words. When I'm the wolf, everything is sharper, brighter. It's like the whole world comes into focus, and I can see and hear and smell things I never even knew existed. My human thoughts are still there, but they're quieter, more instinctual. A wry grin tugs at my mouth as I think of my wolf's single-minded focus when it comes to our mate. But I'm still me, still in control. I can shift back whenever I want or need to. It's a partnership, not a battle for dominance. Amber nods slowly, absorbing my words. I can practically see the gears turning in her quick mind, filing away each new piece of information. As for which form I prefer, I shrug, spreading my hands. They're both equally me, the man and the wolf, two sides of the same coin. My human side lets me build, create, interact with the wider world, but the wolf, he keeps me grounded, reminds me of what really matters, lets me run and hunt and just be, without all the human trappings and expectations. I can't help but chuckle at the thought of my family's reaction to Amber's next question. And yes, my parents and siblings are all wolf shifters too, full-blooded every last one of them, and they're going to adore you once they get a chance to meet you. My voice softens, turning husky with emotion. My wolf is just as captivated by you as I am, Amber. He wants to run with you, show you all our favorite spots in the forest, wants to curl up with you under the stars and keep you safe and warm. And the man, well, he wants to learn every little detail about you too. Wants to unravel all your mysteries and be someone you can trust with anything and everything. As I speak, I drift closer to her, drawn in by the tantalizing scent of her skin and the alluring heat of her body. I can hear the way her breath catches, see the dilation of her pupils as she registers my proximity. She might be trying to hide her attraction, but her physical responses give her away every time. Her dilated gaze lowers to my chest, more specifically the skin beneath the open V of my loosely buttoned shirt. You've got some wood shavings right there. She points to a spot just below my collarbone, her cheeks flushing an even deeper pink. I glance down, noting the scattering of fine dust clinging to my skin. Ah, so I do, I murmur, my lips quirking because I feel her arousal growing. Outwardly, I'd never guessed the depth of how much she's able to cover up unless I had a window into her soul like I do. Guess I'd better take care of that, huh? I reach behind my neck, shrug my shirt off, and shake it out. I don't miss the way Amber's eyes widen, her throat working as she swallows hard. The scent of her arousal spikes, making my head swim with want. I hold still as she reaches out, her slender fingers brushing over my chest in a feather-light caress. My skin comes alive at her touch, every nerve ending sparking with awareness. It's the first time she's touched me of her own volition, and the bond between us flares brighter, the barriers separating our souls growing thinner. I hold perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe as her hand explores the planes and angles of my torso. She traces the ridges of my abdomen, the cut of my hip bones, each touch sending bolts of lightning straight to my core. When her fingers graze the waistband of my jeans, we both freeze, the air heavy with anticipation. Oh! Then she jerks away, her eyes wide and startled, as if she's just realized what she's doing. I catch her wrist before she can retreat fully, my thumb stroking over her racing pulse. "Would you like to see my wolf again?" I ask softly, holding her gaze with quiet intensity. "He'd like to get to know you better, to let you get to know him." She hesitates, the war between curiosity and caution raging inside her, but I also know in the end her thirst for knowledge will win out over her fear. After a long, charged moment, she nods, a mute acquiescence that has my heart soaring. Slowly, I release her wrist and step back, my hands going to the button of my jeans. "What are you doing?" Amber stammers, her eyes round as saucers as I start to undress. I pause, tilting my head to the side. I can shift with my clothes on, but it tends to shred them in the process. I don't have an unlimited supply out here, so unless you want me walking around naked all the time, this is easier. A choked sound escapes her, her face flaming scarlet. "No, that's fine," she manages, her voice strangled. "Carry on." I hide my grin as I finish stripping off my jeans and underwear, standing before her naked. Her gaze lands on me, the heat of her desire pulsing through the bond. It takes every ounce of control not to pounce on her, to show her with teeth and tongue and fingers just how much I want her in return, but I know she's not ready for that, not yet. So instead, I close my eyes and let the change ripple through me, the shift from man to wolf as natural as breathing. When I open my eyes again, the world has taken on the sharper, more vivid hues of the wolf's vision. I look up at Amber, watching in fascination as she sinks slowly to her knees, her expression awash with awe and wonder. My wolf preens under her admiring gaze, his excitement bleeding through our shared consciousness. He wants to bound over to her, to cover her face in exuberant licks and nuzzles until she's laughing and breathless, but I rein him in, warning him to be patient. The last thing we want to do is overwhelm her when she's just starting to let her guard down. I hold still as she inches closer, her hand slowly stretching out. And then her fingers sink into the thick ruff of my neck, and I'm lost. My eyes close as she strokes through my fur, a rumbling purr building in my chest at the blissful sensation. This is what I've been aching for, the connection I've craved since the moment I first scented her in the woods. I only hope I can hold back so I don't scare her away.
Chapter 10. Amber. Caleb's fur is so soft beneath my fingertips, like silk spun from shadows. I can't resist balling my fists in the thick ruff of his neck, marveling at the texture and warmth. The massive wolf just sits there, content to let me explore to my heart's content. He's a stunningly beautiful creature, his coat a rich, smoky gray so dark it could almost be called black. His eyes, a few shades paler than in his human form, glow with otherworldly luminance. It's mesmerizing. And the most surprising part? I'm not afraid. Not even a little. Not even when he leans in close, his massive jaw parting to reveal gleaming fangs, and swipes his tongue over my cheek in a gesture that's equal parts playful and affectionate. I jerk back with a startled laugh, the sound bubbling up from some carefree place inside me. My fingers find the silky fur behind his ears, scratching lightly as I work up the nerve to voice the wild request that takes hold of my thoughts. "Hey, Caleb," I murmur, feeling a bit shy even though I know it's ridiculous. "Do you think Could we maybe go for another run, like we did yesterday?" The words are barely out of my mouth before he drops to his belly, his posture unmistakably inviting me to climb aboard. A grin splits my face as I swing a leg over his broad back, settling securely astride him. He rises to his feet, and suddenly I'm perched atop a creature out of myth and legend, my heart racing with exhilaration rather than fear. The sun dapples his fur with gold as he turns to look at me over his shoulder, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He lets out a huffing chuff, and I swear I can feel his amusement echoing through my mind. He's surging forward before I can dwell on this strange new awareness, powerful muscles bunching and flexing beneath me as he devours the distance. I yelp and fist my hands in his fur, clinging on for dear life as the world blurs into a kaleidoscope of greens and browns. My death grip eases as we settle into a rhythm, my body relaxing into the rise and fall of his gait. The wind whips through my hair, cool and crisp with the scent of pine and earth. Gradually, impossibly, the lingering threads of fear and doubt begin to unspool, replaced by something light and buoyant. Because this, streaking through the forest on the back of a creature that by all rights shouldn't exist, it's the most incredible thing I've ever experienced. I feel wild and reckless and utterly incandescently alive. A part of me knows I should be questioning everything about this situation, should be fighting tooth and nail to cling to rationality. I find I simply don't want to. I'm tired of overthinking, of worrying in circles. If Caleb wanted to hurt me, he's had ample opportunity. Instead, he's shown me nothing but patience and consideration. And yeah, okay, he's also sexy as hell. I mean, the way he looked without a shirt, all rippling muscle and tanned skin, I'm amazed I didn't spontaneously combust on the spot. My self-retrial definitely deserves a medal for that one. It should be illegal for anyone to look that good while simultaneously being so infuriating. So lost in my musings, I almost don't notice when Caleb gathers himself and leaps, soaring effortlessly over a fallen log. But then we're airborne, the forest floor dropping away until it feels like we're flying, untethered from the earth itself. A gasp tears from my throat, my heart stuttering and then racing as gravity reasserts itself, and we land with barely a jolt. As adrenaline sings through my veins and the wind kisses my skin, something shifts inside me. A puzzle piece slots into place, and a door swings open to reveal a whole new world pulsing with color and vitality. Caleb's joy washes over me, as bright and warm as the sunlight dappling the forest floor. The rightness of it makes my heart clench. This must be the bond he keeps talking about, this awareness of his innermost self. The practical part of my brain insists I should be fighting it, should be clinging to the illusion of separateness. I find I don't want to. Because this, feeling so connected, so in tune with another living being, is intoxicating, addictive in the best possible way. I make a choice. Here in this liminal space between reality and fantasy, I choose to let go, to surrender to the magic humming through my blood and trust that it won't lead me astray. I lean into Caleb's strength, letting his happiness and vitality flow through me until I'm drunk on it, giddy and glowing from the inside out. Time loses meaning as we race through the forest, the miles passing in a blur of emerald and jade. The heavy burdens I've carried for so long fall away, the knots of stress and sorrow and bitter disappointment unraveling with every stride. When at last we slow to a stop, it takes a moment to get my bearings. We're in a small clearing, the trees parting to reveal a charming little cabin nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. The cheerful burble of a creek drifts on the breeze, and the air tastes of moss and loam and wildflowers. I slide from Caleb's back on wobbly legs, my muscles protesting the hours of unaccustomed use, but before I can stumble, he's shifting, fur and fang melting away to reveal the man beneath the beast. My eyes glue to miles of his tanned skin and corded muscle, broad shoulders and tapered waist and powerful thighs. He's magnificent, a living work of art, and I'm helpless to do anything but stare. Hunger, hot and urgent, snarls through my belly. I sway toward him, drawn by an invisible thread, my hands aching to map the contours of his chest, to feel the heat of his skin beneath my greedy fingers. I catch myself at the last second, clenching my fists at my sides as I wrench my gaze away. Clearing my throat, I jerk my chin at the cabin, desperate for any distraction from the need pulsing through my veins. "Well, did you bring me here?" I ask, my voice husky and strained to my own ears. Caleb just smiles, a slow, knowing curve of his lips that does absolutely nothing to quell the desire raging inside me. He doesn't push, though, doesn't close the distance between us, even though I can taste his own want on the air. "I thought you might like some lunch," he says, his tone warm with affection. "We've been running for hours, and I figured a rest would do us both good." Gratitude wells up in me, mingling with a mysterious, unspoken emotion I don't dare describe. He's thoughtful, considerate in a way I'm not used to, attuned to my needs in a way that should be unsettling but instead just feels right. He's also not wrong. Now that the adrenaline is fading, the hollow ache of hunger gnaws at my stomach, not to mention the dull throb in my thighs and rear from hours spent astride a wolf. A rueful grin tugs at my lips as I nod, already moving toward the cabin. "Lead the way. I'm starving. As much as I enjoyed the ride, my ass could definitely use a break. I don't know, I kind of like your ass on my back." Caleb's laugh at the expression I know is on my face is rich and warm. He vanishes into the cabin, giving me a tantalizing glimpse of his perfectly sculpted backside before he reappears, tugging on a pair of soft gray sweatpants. I try to ignore the pang of disappointment at the loss of all that glorious bare skin, focusing instead on the question that's been niggling at the back of my mind. "So, where exactly are we?" I ask, my gaze sweeping over the picturesque clearing. "I mean, I know we're still in the forest, but..." "We're still on Longtooth Packlands. This is one of the hunting cabins we use when patrolling the more remote areas of our territory, especially along the border wards," he says. I nod slowly, trying to wrap my head around the sheer size of the area his pack claims as their own. It's becoming increasingly clear that my plan to find the rumored graves on foot was, well, more than a little naive, optimistic bordering on delusional, positively desperate. Although it was the reason I encountered Caleb. Caleb holds up 2 cans, a boyish grin tugging at his lips. "So, what'll it be? Canned soup or canned stew? I'm afraid that's all I have on hand out here." "Stew sounds perfect," I assure him, meaning it wholeheartedly. Believe me, after summers living off dehydrated camping meals, canned anything is a gourmet treat. Besides, food always tastes better in the fresh air, no matter what it is. His smile widens, turning devastating in its brilliance. "Well, in that case, I'll just heat this up inside. Be back in a jiff." Curiosity gets the better of me, and I follow him into the cabin, eager to see what constitutes roughing it for a werewolf. To my surprise, the interior is simple but cozy, with a narrow cot, a compact wood stove, and neat stacks of firewood and supplies lining the walls. One plastic container sits open, revealing tidy piles of folded clothing, the source of Caleb's impromptu outfit. As I watch him move around the small space with easy familiarity, a sense of peace steals over me, as soft and warm as a summer breeze. It takes me a moment to realize that the feeling isn't entirely my own. I consider the tether and follow it from where it touches inside my chest. It spreads from my body toward Caleb, where it's anchored into him, and a sudden knowing bursts to life inside me. What I feel is an echo of what Caleb himself is experiencing. I feel what he feels. Maybe there is a bond, and maybe it does let me feel what he does. Maybe this is real. He's a wolf shifter, not fully a human, another species altogether, and he told me only those with shifter blood can even find this place. That means I'm not fully human either, and this bond between us, this impossible tether that binds our souls together, it's growing stronger with every passing minute. And the more it develops, the more I'm starting to understand the nuances of what I'm sensing from him. Right now, beneath the simmering heat of attraction, the giddy joy of our run through the forest, there's an intense contentment radiating from him, a rightness, a sense of completion that I know, without being told, is entirely due to my presence at his side. It's humbling and exhilarating all at once, the knowledge that I bring him such profound happiness simply by existing, that caring for me, providing for me in even these small ways, fulfills him on a level I'm only beginning to comprehend. Caleb glances over his shoulder, his eyes liquid with emotions I don't dare put a name to. He doesn't push, doesn't do anything to shatter the fragile understanding blossoming between us. He keeps up a stream of easy conversation as he works, telling me more about the enigmatic witches who share this wilderness with his kind. They prefer to live deep in the woods, even more remote than we wolves do, he explains, stirring the stew with a practiced hand. They have their own societies, their own ways of doing things, covens and hierarchies and all that. He shrugs, a rueful smile playing about his mouth. I don't pretend to understand the intricacies of it all. Mostly we leave them to their own devices, and they do the same for us. But some, like Ilara, choose to work more closely with the packs. They help strengthen our border wards, weave protections around our territories. In exchange, they get to live quietly on our lands without interference. Kind of like a symbiotic existence? I ask. He smiled and nodded. Exactly like that. I nod, filing away this new information to mull over later. It's clear there's a whole complex world existing just beyond the fringes of what I've always known. A tapestry of magic and tradition and ancient alliances. The reporter in me itches to unravel it all, to follow every thread to its source and see what secrets it might reveal. But that's a mystery for another day. Right now, all I want is to bask in this rare moment of peace, to savor the easy companionship and simmering promise that hangs between us. Caleb dishes up 2 generous portions of the fragrant stew, handing me a steaming bowl and a spoon. "So, where would you like to dine, my lady?" he asks, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Shea cabin or al fresco?" "Outside," I decide, already moving to the door. Definitely outside. We find the perfect spot not far from the cabin, a small clearing carpeted with lush moss and dappled with golden sunlight. The air is crisp and cool, but not unpleasantly so. The first hint of spring is a nice respite from the frigid temperature of the winter that has just passed. I perch on a flat-topped boulder, balancing my bowl on my knees as Caleb settles cross-legged on the ground beside me, close enough that his shoulder brushes my thigh with every breath, sending sparks skittering over my skin at the contact. I find myself leaning into him, chasing that sizzling awareness, that sense of connection that grounds me even as it sets me alight. We eat, and the bond between us pulses and grows, a shimmering cord that draws me inexorably closer to him. Only now I'm fully aware of it. The depth of this strange new intimacy should be terrifying. The way I can feel him in every cell of my being, as vital and necessary as the blood in my veins. I should be many things, scared being the topmost emotion when it comes to this connection and what's happening to me, but it's natural, as right and true as my own heartbeat. Fated. Yes, that's the right word. Fated. Both inescapable and wanted, needed deeper than the bones in my body, or the air I breathe. It's the thread for which I need to live. Accepting it gives me life, purpose, fulfillment, everything. Love, mind-blowing and yet so simple. Caleb's contentment merges with my own, until there's no clear boundary between us. It's a feedback loop of joy and wonder, each emotion amplifying the other until I'm practically vibrating with it. Beneath it all, simmering just below the surface, is a slow-burning arousal that grows hotter with each passing moment. I can see where this is heading, where the inexorable pull of our bond is guiding us, and I find I don't want to resist. There's a piece of me, a hidden part I never even knew existed, finally slotting into place. I'm more complete, more wholly myself than I ever have been before. Still, there's a part of me that craves just a little more time. Desperate for a distraction from the heat building under my skin, I turn to Caleb and lean into his solid warmth. Tell me more about your world, about shifter life and how it all works. He smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners in a manner that fills my heart with joy. I feel his patience washing through me, caressing me with understanding and warmth. Most of our kind live near the township of Willowbrook. It's a self-contained community with everything we need to thrive. A diner, a hardware store, a library, a school for our young, even a small medical clinic, though we don't often need it, what with our accelerated healing. He shrugs, a note of pride entering his voice. At the heart of it all is the pack house, where our alpha holds court. Mitch calls town meetings there every so often to keep everyone informed and address any concerns that arise. It's the glue that holds us all together, the center around which our world revolves. I nod, trying to picture it all, this hidden society thriving in the shadows of the modern world. But the images are hazy, indistinct, my mind too consumed with the man beside me to focus on much else. I'll take you there and you can see for yourself, he says. I can only nod in reply, because with every word he speaks, with every brush of his skin against mine, the need inside me grows. It coils tighter and tighter, a painful pressure begging for release, until I can't think of anything but Caleb, of sinking onto him and letting him consume me until there's no telling where I end and he begins. Caleb takes my empty plate and sets it on the ground next to him. His gaze never leaves mine as he shifts to kneel before me. It's the most natural thing in the world to reach to cup his cheek in my palm. The knowledge comes to me, rising up from some secret well of certainty deep in my soul. He is my mate, my perfect match, the other half of my heart. I don't know how I thought I could ever have been happy with Jordan. Not now that I compare the depth of this connection I have with Caleb. There is no comparison because this is everything. Caleb covers my hand with his own, his calloused palm warm and rough against my skin. His scent wraps around me, all wood smoke and pine and something richer, darker, that sends heat unfurling through my veins. It's intoxicating, and I want to roll in it until it coats my skin, seeps into my very pores. My chest pulses with renewed intensity, and the cord between us draws me into his orbit. I go willingly, eagerly, my earlier fears and doubts melting away like mist beneath the rising sun. Caleb's essence fills all the empty spaces inside me. It feels like coming home, like waking up, like finally understanding the meaning of my own existence. In the face of such overwhelming rightness, the fact that we've only just met seems inconsequential. This soul-deep knowing transcends time and circumstance, renders all my human notions of courtship and propriety irrelevant. Nothing could be more meaningful than this. Finally, I understand. Caleb's eyes search mine, molten silver and shimmering with emotion. Can you feel it, Ember? Can you feel our bond? Feel me? Yes. Tears spill down my cheeks, even as joy bubbles up inside me like champagne. Oh God, Caleb, it's so beautiful. You're so beautiful, inside and out. I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for you without even knowing it. He makes a sound low in his throat, halfway between a growl and a groan. and then his lips are on mine, hot and demanding and absolutely perfect. I kiss him back with equal need, pouring all the longing and wonder and incandescent happiness into the press of my lips against his. Fire licks through my blood, my pulse pounding in time with the ache building between my thighs. I want him with a desperation that borders on pain, a need that consumes me from the inside out until I'm molten with it, mindless and shaking. I win my fingers into his hair when I break our kiss, dragging him closer until his forehead rests against mine. "Please, Caleb," I pant, my voice shredded and raw with desire. "I need you. I need you to make me whole, to complete the bond. I can't bear another second without you inside me." The mark on my chest tingles and warms, pulsing in time with my racing heart. A key turns in a lock as the final piece of the puzzle falls into place. Caleb lowers me to the moss, his body covering mine in a glorious press of hot, hard muscle. We tear at each other's clothes in a frenzy, desperate to remove every barrier between us. His hands are everywhere, mapping my curves and hollows with a reverence that borders on worship. Every touch sends sparks skittering over my nerve endings, pleasure and love and sheer unfiltered bliss braiding together until I'm drowning in sensation. I explore him in return, my greedy fingers tracing the sculpted planes of his chest, the ridges of his abdomen, the thick length of him straining against my belly. He's magnificent, a work of art, and he's mine, all mine, just as I am his in every way that matters. It takes a moment to register the looming shadow that falls over us, and I look up into the face of a stranger, his features nondescript save for the hatred twisting his mouth into an ugly sneer. Before I can cry out a warning, the man slams his hand down on the back of Caleb's neck, his fingers digging cruelly into the vulnerable flesh. Caleb rears back with a roar of agony, his face contorted in pain and fury as he struggles against the unseen force assailing him. He tries to fight, his body shifting and rippling as his wolf surges to the surface. Claws erupt from his fingertips, fangs lengthening in his snarling mouth as he lunges for our attacker. He's trying to shift, but something is holding him back. The man is too strong. What could be more powerful than a wolf shifter? With a final strangled growl, Caleb collapses to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head as unconsciousness claims him. Panic claws at my throat as I scramble to his side, my hands flying over his prone form in desperate search of injury. There's no blood, no wound that I can see, just the terrifying stillness of his body, the shallow rise and fall of his chest, the only sign that he still lives. "Caleb, please, wake up." I tap his cheek, but he remains unresponsive, deaf to me. I raise my tear-stained face to confront our assailant, a new horror making my heart pound. "Who are you? What did you do to him?" The man looms over us, his eyes cold and pitiless as he extends one hand in a grasping motion. Invisible bands constrict around my chest, crushing the air from my lungs in an agonizing vice. I claw at my throat, my mouth gaping in a silent scream as black spots dance across my vision. "What have we here?" He sees my tattoo on my bare chest, his eyes sparking with sudden interest. "I can use this. Stay still, girl." He flattens his hand. An invisible force slams into me, pressing me flat to the ground and locking my muscles in place. I strain against it with every ounce of my strength, but I can't so much as twitch a finger. Helpless, I can only watch in mounting horror as he withdraws a silver knife from his jacket pocket. I glimpse runes etched into the sharp blade as he kneels at my side. He whispers words I can't understand, the syllables scraping against my ears. Black smoke wisps from the knife's edge, curling and writhing like a living thing, and then he presses the blade to my chest and begins to cut, tracing the lines of my tattoo with slow, deliberate strokes.
Chapter 11. Caleb. Amber's muffled screams rip me from sleep. My pulse quickens as my eyes fly open, instantly alert. A blond man kneels over her prone form, a wicked blade glinting in his hand as he carves into the flesh of her chest. The metallic scent of blood fills the air. Her terrified, tear-angled eyes lock onto mine, wide with agony and pleading. Our mate bond suffuses with her all-consuming terror, choking me. I struggle to move, to get to her, but I'm frozen, a prisoner in my own body. She's spread-eagled on the ground, limbs splayed as though she was thrown down without a care, no doubt held down by the same force that has me in its grip. The man kneeling over her straightens, drops of Amber's blood dripping obscenely from his blade to splatter the ground. Volcanic rage sears through me, my wolf snarling in unison with the growl that tears from my human throat. We agree on this one thing: he will die for daring to desecrate our mate. Yet I can't move a muscle no matter how I struggle against the force holding me in place. Her muffled sobs reach my ears, cutting through the white noise building in my mind. My muscles strain against the invisible bonds, but it's futile. I'm powerless, forced to witness Amber being tortured so close to me. Her cries of pain rip through me. I want to roar my fury, unleash my wolf, and tear this male limb from limb for daring to lay a hand on her. But I can't. I can only watch, an impotent spectator to her agony. Tears of rage and frustration sting my eyes. I should be protecting her, shielding her, but I can't even twitch a finger. Amber's eyes seek mine, glazed with pain. The acrid stench of her fear saturates the air. It fills my nose, my mouth, until I want to vomit. The man turns to face me, his eyes oiled pools of cold malevolence, devoid of any warmth or humanity. No doubt you have a few questions running through your mind. My name is Rowan. I'm sure you've heard of me by now. You're going to help me retrieve the chalice of lunar rites from the witches. That name sends a chill straight to my heart. Mitch and Alara warned us about him, the twisted bastard who captured Liam and Taylor, and now he has us, has Amber. Desperation claws at my insides, mingling with a fury so intense it nearly blinds me. I don't know how to find the witches, I managed to gasp out. No matter, this will help. Rowan kneels beside me and the blade bites into my side. I brace for the pain and can't hold back a grunt as Rowan carves into my flesh. Agony lances through me, my vision blurs, tears of pain stinging my eyes, but through the haze one thought burns as bright as the pain. If this is what Amber felt, my vow to end Rowan only intensifies, the promise searing into my soul as deeply as his blade sears my skin. He will pay, for her, for me, for every moment of suffering. Hate me all you like, you're under my power now, there's nothing you can do about it. Rowan sits back on his heels to examine his work. This rune will guide you through the veil, to the witch's village, and to where they're keeping the chalice. But if you alert anyone to your purpose, he flicks a glance at Amber. Your pretty little mate dies. I struggle again, muscles quivering with the effort, but I still can't break his hold. My vision strobes crimson with rage and frustration. Rowan stands and towers over me. Now, shift. Against my will, my body contorts. I try to fight the shift, but his power forces the change. I try to anchor myself in my human form, but his power is relentless, an unstoppable force that bulldozes my resistance. I'm being pulled apart and stitched back by invisible hands. My skin is too tight and prickles with burning heat that makes every cell in my body scream. The agony is unimaginable without my mind initiating it, tearing through me like 1,000 red-hot knives slicing into my core. My vision blurs and the forest spins in circles until, mercifully, the torture ebbs. But when the shift is complete, I'm not wholly myself. My wolf stands on the precipice of control, fur bristling with an untamed fierceness that borders on feral. He paces restlessly within me, ready to lash out at anything that moves. I struggle to rein him in, my mental grip tenuous and slippery. Animal instinct clashes with my human conscience. That feral tendency I've always managed to wrest under control has slipped. Go. Rowan flicks his fingers and the symbols carved into my side ignite with searing agony. A strangled howl escapes me as my body lurches into motion against my will. My paws move of their own accord, carrying me away from Amber, away from my heart and soul. I can't leave my mate alone with that monster. Thoughts scatter and grow jagged edges with the force of need I have to stay and protect her, but I can't stop myself. The underbrush swallows me as I slink into the forest. The wound in my side burns like a brand, pain flaring white-hot with every stride. I stumble, nearly going to my stomach. The direction of the pain shifts, urging me back on track. With growing horror, I realize it's a twisted guidance system, ensuring I go where Rowan wants me to. I don't understand where he came from. He appeared from the ether. If I'd had even an inkling of his presence, I would never have let my guard down, would never have put Amber in such a vulnerable position. The memory of her body under mine, her sweet scent, the way she trembled on the cusp of accepting our bond fills me with a crushing despair. We'd been so close to fulfilling our destiny, and now it's been yanked away. Echoes of her distress and pain crash through me in unrelenting waves, and I feel like I'm drowning. I plead with my wolf to help me turn back, to damn the consequences and save our mate, but the barrier between my human mind and his thickens, separating us. He's as scared as I am. The more terror slices through him, the more his thoughts skitter into pure instinct, and when he does, my own consciousness gutters. I know what's happening to us. The glimmer of what I've always felt grows stronger. Dread certainty settles in my bones. Without Amber to temper us, and whatever Rowan has done, we're turning feral. A glimmer of light pierces the darkness ahead, a beacon shimmering through the dense foliage. The air around me is heavy with the scent of damp earth and leaves, mingled with the faint, bitter tang of my own blood. The light pulses with an otherworldly iridescence, a mesmerizing dance of pearlescent swirls that have a life of their own. Each undulating wave of energy tugs at my wolf with an eerie beauty. My fur bristles as raw power resonates with the ancient energy of a portal. Not just any portal. This must be the gateway to the witch's realm. Rowan's magic has driven me to find the unfindable. The sight sends a bolt of foreboding through me, a chill that crawls up my spine and knots in my gut. I don't want to go through, but the pain in my side, a persistent gnawing agony drives me forward. Each step is a battle against the torment that tears at my ribcage, a reminder of the urgency that propels me into the unknown. I have no choice but to approach and pass through. I take a step and stumble out onto a gravel street, disoriented by the abrupt shift in environment. Quaint cottages line the lane, each one holding a cozy charm with their neat white brick facades. Cheery-colored doors, some bright yellow, others a deep indigo, and a few a bold crimson, stand out against the uniform white, adorned with overflowing flower boxes bursting with vibrant blooms. Petunias, marigolds, and snapdragons interweave in a color symphony, their petals fluttering gently in a soft breeze. The air is filled with the crisp scent of dried herbs, lavender, rosemary, sage, all mingling to create a fragrant tapestry. Underneath it all is a spicy tingle, perhaps a hint of cinnamon or clove, that catches the back of my throat and leaves a lingering warmth. Several women chat over fences, their smiles genuine, their laughter light and musical. Their casual dress, jeans and sweatshirts are startling against the country cozy look of the village. Their conversations float on the air, snippets of words I can scarcely catch, but that feel imbued with subtle power. The same shimmering aura that cloaks Ilara surrounds them. They're all witches. The realization sends a ripple of apprehension through me, but also a burgeoning sense of awe. No wolf has ever stepped through the barrier that separates our worlds. They keep their secret guarded close, and I don't blame them. I've not only breached their barrier, I've slunk through it without invitation. It's an unforgivable transgression and might mean the withdrawal of their help protecting our borders. I can't do anything about that now. I can't let them see me. Can't alert anyone no matter how desperately I wish otherwise. Rowan's threat hangs over me. If I fail, if I give any hint of my purpose here, Amber's life is forfeit. I believe the soulless void of his eyes with every fiber of my being. I can't risk Amber, even if it means the safety of my packlands. Rowan's magic drives me forward. I dart under the closest bush, hunkering out of sight. The cursed rune in my side pulses, an undeniable hook under my ribs urging me toward one cottage in particular. Fighting every step, I sneak around back and slip through the door and into a kitchen. Gleaming steel appliances command attention, their polished surfaces reflecting the cool undercabinet lighting. The granite countertops, a rich, dark onyx veined with streaks of white and silver, seem too sophisticated for the rustic cottage shell encasing them. Hanging from the dark wooden rafters above the counter are bundles of drying herbs. Sprigs of lavender, rosemary, and sage brush against one another. The countertops, otherwise pristine, are cluttered with open books, their pages a chaotic sea of arcane knowledge. Strange symbols, intricate and puzzling, litter the pages. Some are ink black, stark against the aged parchment, while others are drawn in rich crimsons and deep emeralds. The margins are filled with annotations in a delicate, flowing script. Sleek, glass-fronted cabinets along an entire wall of the kitchen house rows of glass jars and metal containers, each meticulously labeled with botanical names and alchemical symbols. Nestled among them are weathered tomes bound in cracked leather, their spines embossed with gilded runes that glint in the ambient light. Through a doorway, I peek at a living area with large, comfortable couches and lace curtains. The interior is so much bigger than the exterior, but the buzz in the air tells me everything here is made from powerful magic and is not entirely as it seems. Alara walks into the kitchen and I slip back into the shadows, heart pounding. Every fiber of my being yearns to call out to her, to beg for her help and guidance, but the rune sears white hot in warning, a brutal reminder of Rowan's control over me, of Amber's life hanging by a thread. I stay still, barely daring to breathe as she moves about, mixing some potion and spritzing it around the room. Droplets settle on my fur, and I stifle the urge to sneeze, terrified of giving myself away. Ilara seems oblivious to my presence, much to my mingled relief and shame. She should never have to look upon me like this, a violator in her home not of my own free will. At last, blessedly, she leaves. I wait, tense minutes crawling by before daring to sidle from my hiding spot. Guilt gnaws at me as I creep through her cottage, but I can't turn back, not with Ember's life on the line. In another room, the chalice of lunar rites sits innocuously on a side table. I scoop it carefully into my jaws, repressing a shudder at the thrumming power contained within the seemingly unassuming cup. Then I retreat, keeping to the deepest shadows, hardly daring to breathe until I've slipped back through the portal. Time is my enemy now. I bolt through the forest, my wolf snarls inside, raging to be set free, fighting harder against my restraints with every passing moment. My control frays like a snapped rope, unwinding strand by strand until I know there will be nothing left of me, just a mindless, feral beast. I cling desperately to the dimming threads of Amber's bond, pouring my love, my promise to return to her through the connection. Her fear and relief crash over me, a storm of emotion rapidly subsumed by the rising tide of wild instinct. I urge my wolf faster, adding an extra burst of speed. Race into the clearing just as the last rays of sunlight bleed from the sky, and there is Rowan, leering down at Amber. She lays shivering on the ground, naked, vulnerable, pale as death. My heart stutters at the blue tinge to her lips, the way her form is racked with uncontrollable tremors. She's been lying there, freezing and vulnerable the whole time I've been gone. White-hot rage detonates in my chest and I launch at Rowan in a feral snarl. The chalice falls to the ground when I snap my jaws at him, one thought burning through my mind's crimson haze. Protect my mate. Destroy the threat, at any cost.
Chapter 12. And I stare daggers at this Rowan, hatred burning through me. I don't know who the hell he is, but the chill that slithers down my spine at his presence tells me all I need to know. He's dangerous, unhinged, a psychopath with powers beyond my comprehension. Terror claws at the edges of my mind, a yawning abyss threatening to swallow my sanity. I won't let this madman strip me of that. I teeter on the precipice, fighting to keep my wits about me. He may have taken my dignity, leaving me naked and vulnerable on the cold ground, but he won't take my defiance, my rage. Rowan is evil incarnate. That much is clear from the way he did something to Caleb. Forced an excruciating shift, carved those wicked runes into his side before sending him off under Rowan's power. Caleb's distress echoed through our bond, his anguish at being made a helpless puppet, at failing to protect me. It shreds me from the inside out. I shiver uncontrollably, as much from the insistent chill leaching into my bones as the fear and simmering fury. Hypothermia creeps in, making my limbs leaden, eyelids heavy. Part of me wants nothing more than to surrender to the beckoning darkness of oblivion, but I can't. I won't. Not while my mate is still trapped under Rowan's spell. I cling to the fraying threads of Caleb's presence inside me, our bond dimming. I concentrate, pouring every ounce of love and reassurance I can muster back through the connection, reminding him I'm still here, still fighting. For him. However, it's getting harder and harder to keep my eyes open. A heavy weight presses down on my lids, making them droop inexorably closed with every blink. It takes an enormous amount of effort, sheer force of will to pry them open again each time. The cold has seeped so deeply into my marrow that wakefulness itself is becoming a struggle. Just when the blackness threatens to swallow me completely, when the tempting escape of oblivion nearly claims me, a roar of fury shatters the stillness. My eyes fly wide as Caleb's enormous wolf explodes from the underbrush in a snarling mass of fangs and claws. My heart leaps into my throat as relief and hope crash over me. He's back. He's here. The ferocious sight of him, all rippling muscle and bristling aggression, should terrify me, but it doesn't. Not anymore. I'm relieved he's here, and he's survived whatever it was that Rowan sent him to do. Rage burns bright, glittering with 1,000 barbed shards. I hate what Rowan forced him to do, and somehow, some way, I'll make him pay that debt. Caleb's furious growls reverberate around us as he launches at Rowan. His jaw is open, revealing long white fangs. His eyes blaze with an unholy light as they lock onto their target. Fury sizzles inside me. Not all mine. For a split second, a flicker of something like fear ghosts across the madman's face before that eerie calm resettles. Then, almost casually, he flicks out a hand. One moment, Caleb is a towering vortex of teeth and rage, and the next, he's crumpled bonelessly to the ground, his strings cut. The silence that follows is more deafening than his snarl. I gape in stunned horror as he lays there, frighteningly still and unmoving save for the slow spread of crimson from the wound in his side. Everything in me screams to go to him, to shake him until he stirs, until that beautiful amber gaze blinks open once more. But I can't. I'm trapped, as helpless as he appears to be. Caleb? His name tears from my throat in a raw scream, over and over, pleading and begging for any sign of life, of awareness. I'm vaguely aware of the wetness streaking down my cheeks, of the way my chest heaves with ragged, panicked breaths, but it all fades to insignificance against the hollow, gnawing ache of dread rapidly calcifying into stark reality. Please let me go to him, please, I sob. Tears blind me as I beg Rowan to let him go, to leave us be, but he steps over Caleb's broken form and retrieves a silver chalice from the ground. A cruel smile twists his lips as realization kicks me in the gut. The chalice of lunar rites. Caleb succeeded. Even under Rowan's control. Now you have what you want, I spit, voice shaking with impotent rage. So leave and leave us be. Rowan turns to me, that empty gaze sweeping over me in a way that makes my skin crawl. We're only just beginning. I have need of you both. Let me up if you want us to live, I demand, desperately stalling for time, for a way out of this nightmare. That oily gaze slides over to Caleb's prone form and Rowan sighs. Suddenly, shockingly, the invisible bonds holding me release. I scramble over to my mate as fast as my numb, clumsy limbs will allow and curl over his soft fur, sobbing. Caleb, can you hear me? I beg hoarsely. Please be okay. A low, rumbling growl answers me, and I flinch back as his head lifts, lips peeling back from dagger-like fangs in a snarl of fury. The bond between us flickers dangerously, his essence flickering in and out. His eyes meet mine, and the bottom drops out of my stomach. There's nothing there, no spark of recognition or awareness, just the feral, inhuman blankness of a wild animal. My heart thunders in my ears, fighting the urge to flee, but then Caleb blinks, a flicker of confusion washing through the bond. He whines, long and low, and licks my face with a rough swipe of his tongue. Relief washes over me as the light returns to our bond. I sag against his solid warmth, fingers clutching his thick fur in a desperate grip, anchoring myself to him. His powerful body ripples beneath my hands, and I realize he's trying to shift, to return to his human form, but something is holding him trapped in this shape. A growl of frustration reverberates deep in his chest. He needs to shift back, I demand, raising my voice to ensure Rowan hears me over the rumble. He's injured, he needs to heal. The monster doesn't even have the decency to look at me as he shrugs one shoulder dismissively. It doesn't matter. White-hot rage ignites in my chest at his callous words, at the blatant disregard for Caleb's suffering. I struggle to my feet, body still clumsy with cold but fueled by a simmering fury. You're sick. I spit at Rowan, hands clenched into fists at my sides. Hurting people, not caring about the pain you cause. It means nothing to you, does it? You have no compassion, no soul. You should be ashamed. For the first time, real emotion flickers across Rowan's face. Anger, there and gone in a flash like a thundercloud passing over the sun. When he speaks again, his tone is low and devoid of anything resembling warmth. You have no idea what true anger is. You've had a mere hour without your mate. Imagine what 3 centuries feels like. His words are like a vice around my heart, squeezing mercilessly. 300 years? What could drive someone to such callous depths for so long? I open my mouth, a retort on my lips, but he keeps talking in that maddeningly level tone. The only thing that matters is righting the wrong done to me centuries ago. He levels that dead-eyed stare at me, and I fight not to look away. I've tired of talking to you. Now I need you both to follow me. He flicks out a hand, and I feel the tug in my soul, the ghostly leash around my breastbone jerking me forward a step. Caleb rises shakily to his feet, clearly in agony, yet somehow remaining upright through sheer force of Rowan's will. I'll be damned if I'm going to trudge through the forest in just my skin. Quickly, I grab for my clothes, tugging them on with shaking hands as best I can manage in my half-frozen state before I'm forced to stumble behind Rowan. Caleb's wet nose nudges my palm, and I look down to find his gaze, though still slightly wild around the edges, focused on me. He whines softly, and an urge I understand slips through our bond. He wants me to ride on his back. Even now, battered and barely able to stand, his first instinct is to care for me, protect me. You're too injured, I won't add to that, I whisper. I shoot Rowan's retreating back, a glare full of venom. If looks could kill, the bastard would be a smoldering pile of ash. Perhaps some god is out there listening to my prayer. My hope is dashed when it doesn't happen. I fall into step beside my mate, pressing into his solid warmth as much for comfort as to keep him upright. A sharp, searing pain lances through my chest, and I hiss through my teeth, hand flying to clutch at the source. My fingers encounter raised, angry welts, Rowan carved into the tattoo marking my skin, distorting the delicate lines with thick, jagged slashes. A shudder racks me as the unnatural markings throb with a hot, icy burn. To my horror, inky black tendrils snake outward from the mutilated tattoo, spreading in a grotesque, spidery web across my chest and up toward my throat. The shadows pulse and shift with every frantic beat of my heart, piercing my bones with ice needles. I clutch the neck of my shirt, revulsion roiling in my gut. Caleb nudges me again, concern radiating through our bond, but I can't look at him, can't let him see the corruption overtaking me. His next nudge is more insistent. I glance down just in time to see him deliberately dislodge a smooth black stone in our path with a swipe of his paw, rolling it off its perch. At first I tense, fearing Rowan will notice. Then understanding blooms. He's leaving a trail, marking our path. That must have been a ward stone, he told me at one stage the alpha feels when ward stones are moved. I close my eyes and pray to God that he comes right away, that he finds us alive and well, and not only stones we dislodged. Relief and a flicker of hope cut through the pall of despair. I raise my gaze to search ahead, keeping a wary eye out for more stones to disturb as subtly as I can manage. When I stumble across another, it's a little too out of our path. I have to move it. I won't let a single chance slip through my fingers. I make a show of losing my footing, using the pretense to send it spinning off the trail with a clumsy foot. Rowan flicks me an annoyed glance over his shoulder. "If you can't walk yourself, I'll tie you to your mate's back," he growls, impatience finally creeping into that flat tone. I shudder at the thought but straighten my shoulders, pushing onward. I'll need to keep up this ruse, keep leaving our trail of breadcrumbs as discreetly as possible if we want any hope of rescue before whatever hell Rowan has planned for us. There's no reason he should take us anywhere unless he has something planned, something I'm sure will not be good. The dense underbrush slows our progress to an agonizing crawl, every step a new battle against the clutching branches and uneven ground. Sharp rocks and sticks bite into the soles of my bare feet, the dull throbbing ache radiating up my calves and making it hard to stay upright. I'm so cold. I barely feel the pinprick warmth of blood welling from 1,000 tiny cuts and scratches. I push on because there's no choice. We manage to leave 2 more warding stones askew before Rowan halts, gaze sweeping the dense wall of underbrush ahead with an inscrutable expression. "We're here," Rowan says. I see nothing but the thick, unyielding wall of underbrush surrounding us. I sway on my feet, spent after hours of stumbling. Caleb presses against my side, sturdy warmth helping to keep me upright as I shudder with fear, cold, and sheer exhaustion. The forest presses in from all sides, the shadows so absolute that not a single shaft of sunlight penetrates the gloom. The air is damp and cloying, the ground saturated beneath my abused feet. Branches and leaves begin to move. They slither along to the ground and reach out from trunk to trunk. Leaves weave, wood snaps from the ground to way above our heads. I blink my eyes to make sure I'm seeing branches entwine in an impenetrable lattice until we're locked in a dark hollow with no chance of escape. It's simply too thick. I can't see through the wall. We can't get out, and neither will anyone get in. All of that work overturning stones will mean nothing if we're caught behind impenetrable walls. The air grows colder, damper. Claustrophobia tightens my chest. I stumble, my foot cracking a twig on the uneven ground. In the gloom, I see grass and dead leaves covering the damp earth, but the shapes of several mounds beneath the debris are unmistakable. I know what these are, where we are. My God, the missing graves. Rowan has taken us to the missing graves. My hysterical mind throws up that the rumor mill was right. There are graves here, lost in the wilds. I'd just been looking in the wrong place for them. Bile burns my throat as the tendril markings on my neck flare with renewed agony. I clutch my shirt over the burn in a futile gesture, fighting not to retch or cry out. Rowan pays me no mind, brushing aside fallen twigs and leaves from atop one of the gravestones before stepping back. He moves with tenderness, with care, as though he's touching a lover instead of pitted, crumbling stone. Nausea churns in my gut even as dread floods my veins. Then he steps back, raises both fists before him, then sweeps his arms apart in a sharp, violent movement. The mound at his feet parts. The packed earthen sod lift and peel back to heap in freshly turned mounds on the side of the hole. Inside the hole, no, the grave, is a cracked, filthy skeleton swathed in tattered rags. I realize with a lurch as I take in the remains of a tattered white gown and wreath of dried flowers, was buried as a bride. The madman spreads his arms wide, tipping his head back as he begins an eerie, guttural whispering. Power imbues every word, making the air heavier. Sharp energy scrapes across my skin, raising every hair on my body. White-hot agony lances through the wound on my chest, searing along the inky black cuts with liquid fire. I can't hold back my cry, doubling over as fiery hooks burrow beneath my skin. The light in my chest fades, and permafrost spreads through my bones. I'm cold, freezing from the inside out. I bury my consciousness into my chest, needing to feel Caleb's essence, his reassurance. But when I do, there's nothing there. Only blank, yawning emptiness. It's gone. He's gone. The only presence there is a feral, mindless rage, a wild consciousness that is all instinct and reaction. There is nothing there but his wolf, a wild creature. I look up through visions swimming with tears, in pain, panting, trembling, sweating. My scream tangles in my throat as the skeletal bride rises, hovering a foot from the ground. Her tattered skirts billow around brittle bones, the delicate lace veil fluttering in a phantom breeze. Wind whips to violent life, picking up leaves and debris in a miniature cyclone that swirls ferociously around us. The air thickens and churns, tinged with a biting chill that sinks into my bones. Shards of ice sting my cheeks and my hands as I raise them instinctively to shield my face. "Come here." Rowan's voice cuts through the roaring vortex with unnatural clarity. Like a puppet with its strings pulled taut, I have no choice. I walk until I stand before the skeletal bride, staring into the empty sockets of her skull. My heart thunders in my ears, every survival instinct screaming at me to flee, but it's futile. I can't run or move. I can only stare as I try to gather the remains of my shattered sanity. The skeleton's empty eye sockets come alive, a shimmering veil sliding over the grinning, darkened skull. Flesh, translucent and ghostly, coalesces over brittle bones. Dark, parted lips form over the permanent rictus grin. I can't hold back the whimper that escapes my throat. I know this face. I recognize this woman. She's the ghost from my dream, the one who tried to rip my heart from my living chest. "I'm sorry this has taken me so long." Rowan's murmur breaks through my spiraling panic. He sounds different, impassioned now, where before he spoke in a dull monotone. For a wild moment I think he speaks to me, but then I see his gaze locked on the hovering bride and understanding slams into me like a physical blow. He's talking to her. I tried to take the bond from the wrong connection, but now I have it right. I've brought a human female to take your place, a life for a life, a grave for a grave. Take the bond from this female, and then we can be together, my love, as we were always meant to be. I don't see the dagger in his hand or the chalice in his other until he slices the front of my shirt and drags the sharp end through my tattoo. My blood wells in the cut, and a warm ball of light flares to life and shifts within me. I thought Caleb was gone, his essence erased from our bond, but I know that light. I feel his essence pulsing deep within, undeniably there, undeniably him. It's Caleb, and he's trapped inside. The relief is short-lived as Rowan's dark magic lashes out. Searing agony rips through me and latches onto the light. I'm locked stiff as the precious spark is wrenched free from its anchor inside me, swept along my blood to the wound and through my sliced skin. Light sparkles around us as it passes through the wound, bright and luminous and so beautiful as it falls free from my body and onto my chest. Millions of tiny rainbow lights swirl and dance in a mesmerizing kaleidoscope, burning with the intensity of 1,000 suns concentrated into one blinding ball. Our bond, our essences, our very souls entwined in that ethereal radiance, given fleeting, breathtaking form. This is the visceral beauty of our bond. This is the summation of Caleb and me. Our love, our connection, the crux of our joined souls, laid bare in a kaleidoscope of brilliant, ephemeral light. I want to reach up and shove it back inside me. I want Caleb to burst from the light so I can feel him again inside me where he belongs, but Rowan jams the chalice below the cut. Blood spills over the lip. The light flowing with my blood slips over the edge. No! The plea slips free, little more than a broken rasp wrenched from a throat gone raw. Please! Rowan takes the half-filled goblet and holds it to the skeleton. The chill in my veins has nothing to do with the unnatural cold swirling around us, because now I know why he's brought us here, why he made us walk miles through the forest, why he didn't care what condition we were in. Bile burns my throat as the horror of his words, of the fate he intends for us, sinks its hooked talons deep. We're both the sacrifice. He's going to take our lives, our love, our bond, and give it to his bride. Chapter 13. Ember. Sick dread coils in my gut as the skeleton reaches for the goblet, bony fingers curling around the stem. I'm locked in place, frozen by Rowan's power, unable to so much as twitch a finger in protest. I can only watch in mute, helpless horror as his expression morphs into one of awe and insanity, eyes fevered with anticipation. This can't be happening. It can't. I want this to be a dream. Or a nightmare. A nightmare I can wake up from. I can shrug it off in the cool light of day. I can be relieved that what my mind conjured never really happened, and yet the scene unfolding before me is undeniable, inescapable. Howls in the distance suddenly rend the air beyond the woven wall of branches, piercing and urgent. Desperate hope blooms in my chest, a fragile flutter of possibility that I latch onto like a lifeline. I cling to it with every ounce of my fading strength, the only light in the growing darkness. It has to be the Alpha and the pack. It has to be. He must have felt the overturned ward stones. Some distant, still rational part of my mind whispers that it's a fool's hope, that there's no way they could have tracked us so quickly, that I'm grasping at straws, the dying struggles of a mind unable to accept the inevitable. But I silence that insidious voice, pouring every shred of my remaining willpower into the faint ember of belief kindling in my soul. They're coming. They have to be coming. The alternative is unthinkable. A paw strikes through the tangled foliage surrounding us, wicked claws raking deep furrows into the bark. The limb flails, swiping blindly, driven by mindless savagery. A beat later, a head follows, shoving through the gap. Leaves and twigs catch in the matted rough, but the beast doesn't seem to notice or care, its sole focus on forcing its bulk through the too small opening. For a single foolish heartbeat, I let myself believe it's one of the pack, that the cavalry has arrived in a furious rush. But that fragile wisp of hope withers and dies, a swift, brutal death as soon as I catch sight of the wolf's eyes. There's no intelligence there, no spark of shifter self-awareness, only a wild, unsettling blankness. The beast's eyes are glazed with an inhuman hunger, pure predatory instinct untouched by higher reason. Iron. Caleb's wolf loses all semblance of control at the intrusion, the last fraying threads of his humanity snapping. He lunges with a roar that shakes the earth, a sound of fury and challenge that makes every hair on my body stand at rigid attention. In a blur of movement, he intercepts the feral before it can fully breach the woven barrier. The sounds of snarling, snapping jaws and rending flesh explode through the clearing. Yelps and growls tangle with the smack of bodies colliding, the grisly rip of hide and muscle parting. The coppery reek of blood blooms, thick and heavy, an obscene perfume that catches in the back of my throat. The branch walls shudder and shake as the wolves slam against them, snapping teeth and scoring claws. Through the holes made in the barrier, I catch flashes of milling shapes, hear the rising swell of more snarls. There are more ferals out there, so many more. Dread sinks icy claws into my hammering heart as I watch Caleb. No, not Caleb, not anymore, just the wolf wearing his skin, drive the intruder back with relentless fury. The feral staggers back, nearly bisected by a particularly brutal swipe that leaves its ribcage gaping. Blood sluices from the devastating wound, splattering the ground, but still it comes on, seemingly oblivious to pain or fear, driven only by madness and the instinct to kill. Caleb's wolf meets the charge head-on, a snarl vibrating the air as they clash. The feral is larger, heavier, but Caleb has the edge in sheer viciousness. He doesn't seem to feel the wounds scoring his body. All I can do is watch, bile burning the back of my throat as the man I love is subsumed by the animal. This is what he is now, not the gentle, protective mate I knew, but a soulless creature of base impulse and unthinking bloodlust. A monster wearing a familiar skin. I know with sinking certainty that if he gets out, if he escapes into the forest with the other ferals, I'll never see him again. He'll be lost to me forever, the man I love, my mate, reduced to a soulless animal. The logical part of my brain screams that it's too late, that he's already gone, that the beast pacing the confines of our prison is no longer the Caleb I knew, but my heart rebels, clinging to the desperate hope that as long as I can still see him, still keep him close, that some part of him is still with me, however small. The skeleton's fingers close around the goblet. Rowan's face is rapturous, exultant as he breathes. Yes, take it, my love, drink, so that we can be together at last. The swirling nimbus of our bond's light dances on the surface of my blood, ethereal and so achingly beautiful. This is all so cosmically, horrifically wrong. Please, please, don't do this. It's not right. You know it's not right. I'm frozen, so ice-cold that it's hard to form words. I push them out through sheer force of will alone. The skeleton's gaze snaps to me, newly formed eyeballs rounded and sitting in the black holes of her skull. There's no mercy there, no hint of compassion or humanity. Her jaw cracks open. I see the vague imprint of full lips overlaid. When she speaks, her voice is as dry as her bones. I have waited so long for retribution, so long in the cold earth. Rowan sinks to his knees. I am sorry. I have tried for so long to bring you back to me, killed so many to right the wrong done to you. His voice breaks on a sob. Eliza, my Eliza, forgive me. I wasn't there to save you then, but I never forgot, never stopped fighting. It's Elias's fault, all of it. His fault we were parted, his fault you were banished. The skeleton, Eliza, is silent, inscrutable, as she slowly lifts the chalice to her phantom lips. A chorus of howls rise in the distance, strong and defiant. They sound different, not unhinged or wild, determined and focused. Is that the pack I held out for? I just have to hold on a little longer, stay alive until they can reach us, but the edges of my vision are starting to turn black and narrowing. I'm so cold. Only the white-hot pain of the wound in my chest registers. Blood sheets down my front, the flow showing no signs of abating. I'm shaking violently, knees threatening to buckle, held up only by the invisible bonds of Rowan's power. A wild snarl rips through the air just outside the woven tree wall, so close and sudden that I flinch. The branches shudder and shake, leaves rustling in a frantic blast. A heartbeat later, a massive paw punctures through the tangled foliage, wicked claws scoring deep gouges in the bark as another feral wolf scrabbles for purchase, fighting to force its way inside. Caleb's wolf whirls to meet the new threat, a blur of black fur and bared fangs. He launches at the intruding limb, clamping down with a sickening crunch of splintering bone. The feral yelps, high and shrill with pain and fury, but doesn't retreat. Instead, it redoubles its efforts, thrusting its snout through the gap and snapping wildly. Something is setting them off, making them so wild they feel nothing at all. Blood sprays as the wolves tear at each other through the barrier, painting the leaves and earth in abstract splatters of crimson. Caleb snarls, savaging the wolf's limb until it's barely recognizable, but his single-minded focus costs him. In the next instant, the feral's jaws close around his ear, wrenching and tearing. I watch in mounting horror as Caleb retreats, his coat soaked with more blood. His ear is a shredded ruin, hanging by a thread. One eye is swollen shut and oozing blood, but still he pushes forward, heedless of his injuries, consumed by the drive to destroy, consumed with Rowan's will. Through the gaping hole in the woven branches, I catch glimpses of moving shadows slinking through the forest, converging on the clearing. There are so many of them, too many to count, and behind them the howls of wolves that I instinctively know are coming to our aid. Only they shouldn't. I suddenly realize there's a reason they found us, and that reason is because Rowan has allowed it. They're running into a trap. Despair crashes over me in a frigid wave as realization slams home. This is what Rowan intended all along. He's using us as bait, a lure to draw them in and then slaughter them all. He knew we turned over the wardstones. He probably took us on that specific route so we could knock over as many as we could. We're going to lose everything. The only line of defense I have is appealing to Rowan, to somehow make him understand how wrong this is. Please don't do this. Real love, it doesn't destroy, doesn't kill and maim in the name of devotion. Real love is stronger than vengeance, than hate. If you ever truly cared for her, you have to see that. Rowan doesn't even spare me a glance. He's fixated on Eliza. With every passing second, she grows more real, more tangible. The graying, desiccated flesh fills out and suffuses with life. I no longer see the skull beneath her face that now looks as real as mine. Her eyes are a startling blue, and her long blonde hair flows over her shoulders and down her back in glorious, shining waves. Only she seems to hear my desperate plea, her eyes flicking to me for the space of a heartbeat. There's no acknowledgement of compassion, no hint of mercy. Her stare is as cold as Rowan's as she raises the chalice to her lips once again. You can't do this. The words tangle in my throat, half sob and half scream. What we have, it isn't Rowan's to give. I'm sorry for what happened to you, sorrier than I can say, but punishing the innocent, visiting your pain on those who had no part in it is not justice. It's not right. A wolf yelps somewhere outside the tree wall, high and agonized. Beyond the barrier, more snarls and growls rise in a frenzied chorus. The branches buckle and heave as fights break out. More holes are made through the branches. Caleb snarls, pacing the length of the wall. He's limping badly. Drops of blood splatter the ground with each step, but it doesn't stop him, he's so frenzied. He tips his head back and howls before he launches at the tree wall, shredding more of it with raking claws. I catch flashes of blood-matted fur through the ever-widening gaps, but past the ferrules, I glimpse something else. Human forms astride the backs of wolves, clinging to their fur as they bound through the trees. A russet-furred wolf with a white muzzle, smaller than Caleb, leads the small pack. I see a woman with hair a few shades darker than mine, another taller woman with long brunette hair, a petite blonde and a tanned curvaceous brunette. Their faces express shock when they see me through the holes, but then I remember there's a skeleton ghost hovering over a grave that would be more likely the cause of their shock. The red-hand woman shouts something to the other women. They leap forward and try to break through the wall. My heart lurches and my body fills with horror. They're all going to die. They shouldn't be here. It's too dangerous. Rowan can do anything to them and they'll be helpless to stop him. I try to shout at them to stop, to go back, but my words are lost in the rising cacophony of wolves fighting. It doesn't matter, though, because Rowan sees them. He surges to his feet with a roar of rage. His face contorts, twisting into something barely human. Eyes blazing with soulless light, he thrusts out a hand wreathed in shadow. The women cry out as one, bodies flung away and into the forest. The air crackles with the energy pouring off him in waves, the rising reek of scorched ozone and ancient rot. "You will not stop me, not this time. I will kill you all." Chapter 14. Amber. The skeleton ghost seizes the moment of Rowan's distraction, whirling to thrust the chalice against my lips. Shock roots me in place, my mind struggling to process the sudden shift. Before I can react, she tips the cup, and the metallic tang of my own blood floods my mouth. Instinct takes over, and I swallow convulsively, feeling the ball of light that is my bond with Caleb slide down my throat. It warms me from the inside out as it settles heavily in my stomach. Rowan spins back to us, his eyes going wide with horrified realization. The skeleton ghost is already beginning to fade, her form losing substance as she reverts to bleached bone and tattered rags. "What have you done?" Rowan screams, his voice cracking on a note of anguished betrayal. The ghost meets his gaze, and for a fleeting moment I glimpse a flicker of the woman she once was in those saddened eyes. "I've waited 3 centuries for retribution, and now I shall have it. I never wanted you to sacrifice innocent lives in my name, Rowan. It was wrong. But trapped in my grave, I could not beg you to stop." Desperation contorts Rowan's face, twisting his features into a rictus of mad grief. "No, no, no," he babbles, lurching toward the fading apparition. "I can fix this. I'll do anything to bring you back." She's beyond his reach as she begins to fade, her flesh disappearing down to dirty bones. Rowan lets out a howl of inchoate rage and agony. He rounds on me, eyes blazing with unhinged fury. "You," he snarls, spittle flying from his lips. "Give it back. That bond is mine. Do you hear me? Mine." He rips the dagger from his belt, raising it high overhead, the point aimed at my heart. I scramble backwards, trying desperately to put distance between us, but my legs tangle and I sprawl to the ground. Rowan is on me in an instant, kneeling astride my prone form. "Be still," he hisses, pressing his palm flat against my chest. My symbol tattoo flares to agonizing life, golden light pouring from the unmutilated lines. Strands of luminous energy twist and coil around his forearm like ethereal serpents and crawl up his arm. What What are you doing to me? Rowan gasps, his eyes bulging with horrified incomprehension. I don't know, I rasp out, my voice thin and thready with terror. I'm not doing any. My words cut off in a strangled yelp as the women charge toward me with grim determination etched onto every face. Behind them is a woman with long silver hair whipping around her shoulders. She wears a long purple dress that the wind picks up and tries to rip off her with its intensity. She holds out her hands, and the debris parts in a clear path, allowing the women through. The auburn-made female reaches us first, slapping a charm bracelet around Rowan's wrist with a triumphant cry. Close on her heels, the brunette slams a polished stone against his chest, grinding it into his solar plexus. The blonde whips off her earrings, pressing them to Rowan's temples as the olive skin-toned woman loops a pendant chain around his throat. Rowan bellows in fury, lashing out with his free hand. The women tumble away in a tangle of limbs, giving him time to stagger to his feet. The small russet wolf with the white muzzle darts toward us and shifts in a blur of fur and skin. The naked woman launches at Rowan, slamming her palm against his forehead with a look of fierce concentration. Her ring glows with an inner golden light and lights up his skull under his skin. Rowan's eyes roll back, his body going rigid, but he fights whatever thrall he's caught in, too strong for it to last. His lips move soundlessly, his words finding weight in the air. I see the women's hold on him slipping, their faces contorting with strain. Help them? The skeleton ghost cries, her voice thin as a wisp of fog. Your tattoo. Use your tattoo. I stare at the skeleton, uncomprehending. She meets my gaze, and for a moment, I glimpse the woman she was, her anguished face flashing across the skull before vanishing like mist beneath the sun. She could have saved herself, could have claimed my blood and bond, restoring her own life, but instead, impossibly, she's fighting for me, for us. Gritting my teeth, I force myself to my hands and knees. It takes an Herculean effort, my limbs leaden and shaking with exhaustion. I push through, half crawling, half stumbling to where Rowan writhes in the women's grasp. With the last dregs of my strength, I lunge forward, tackling him back to the ground. I land on top of him, the hateful sigil he carved into my flesh pressing against his heart. The women follow me down, their hands never leaving his skin, making the air hum with building power. Rowan arches like a bow, his scream rending the air. Light explodes outward from where my tattoo meets his flesh. A pure, scintillating gold sears my vision and sets every nerve alight with electric fire. The brilliance expands, encasing us in a starburst of shimmering gold. I see the women holding Rowan down, and nothing but vibrant light all around us until a figure coalesces out of the light. A woman, tall and ethereally lovely, her form limned in shifting hues of radiance. She glides forward, the gold bending around her as she draws over us. I move off Rowan, coming onto my knees. The other women remove their hands, although they stay within touching distance. I glimpse the pendant one of the women slipped around Rowan's neck, seeing the symbol of my tattoo etched into the gold. Goddess. The woman who shifted from wolf form whispers the word. The goddess places her hand upon Rowan's forehead, her touch gentle yet implacable. I shall take your soul as payment for the lives of my children you have so callously slaughtered. Her voice resonates with ancient power. For the suffering you have wrought, for the innocent souls you have blocked me from saving. Your crimes have rendered you unworthy of existence. It brings me great sorrow to annihilate one of my own, but you have left me no choice. Her hand flares with blinding radiance, and Rowan screams, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. Sobs rack his frame as he writhes beneath the goddess's touch. I did it for Eliza. I love her so much. Elias never let us be together. If you are truly merciful, you would have helped me, helped us find a way to be one. The goddess regards him with ancient, fathomless eyes. "It was but a single lifetime that separated you," she says, her tone heavy with sorrow. "I had always planned to grant you eternity together, no matter the obstacles in your mortal path, but now, by your own actions, you shall have nothing. Only oblivion awaits you." "Wait," a voice cries out, familiar yet subtly changed. "Please, let me pay his debt alongside him." The skeleton ghost enters the nimbus of light. As she moves through, her flesh forms curves and planes of alabaster skin. Blonde hair spills down her back, framing a face of breathtaking beauty. This is Eliza, whole and made alive with the power of the goddess. The deity pauses, her hand still resting on Rowan's sweat-damp brow. "Speak, child," she commands. Eliza steps to Rowan's side, sinking to her knees and taking his hand in hers. "I was trapped," she begins, her voice clear and steady. "Entombed in my grave, unable to pass on, to find peace. Rowan stayed, tethering himself to this plane in order to find me, to free me, but in my bound state we were doomed to never have our eternity." She takes a shuddering breath, squeezing Rowan's fingers. "If you find it necessary to unmake his soul, then I beg you, unmake mine as well. I have spent 3 centuries in the cold earth, and even that pales in comparison to the thought of an eternity without my soulmate. I would rather dissolve into nothingness than endure such a fate. If I have any choice in my destiny, let it be to face oblivion by his side." The goddess tilts her head, regarding the trembling woman with ancient eyes. "You would truly do this?" she asks. "Surrender your eternal soul for his, knowing the crimes he has committed, the pain he has caused others?" Eliza meets the deity's gaze without flinching, her jaw set in a stubborn line I recognize all too well. The determination of a woman who knows her own heart, no matter the cost. "No," Rowan gasps out, his face a rictus of anguish. "Eliza, light of my soul, I beg you, do not do this. I am not worthy of your sacrifice." Eliza cups his face in her hands, her thumbs brushing away the tears coursing down his cheeks. "Never ask me to exist in a world without you. I would choose oblivion at your side 1,000 times over, in this life and the next." A broken sob wrenches from Rowan's throat as he reaches for her, clutching her to his chest as if he can shield her from the fate they both seem determined to embrace. "I'm so sorry," he gasps out, over and over like a prayer. I thought I was doing the right thing. I only wanted to save you, to bring you back to me. I did what any mate would." Bitter anger rises in my throat, hot and choking. He turned my mate feral, stripped Caleb of his very self in his mad quest. Surely he deserves the worst hell any afterlife can devise for such a crime. The goddess's head swivels toward me, ancient eyes piercing into my mind and my turbulent thoughts. I flinch, hardly daring to breathe under the weight of that knowing stare. "Rowan did indeed render your mate feral, just as he did to every male here. Both human and wolf souls are lost, their humanity scoured away by his madness," she says. Rowan shudders in Eliza's arms, fresh sobs racking his frame. "Use my soul. Take it, use it to restore them. Let me pay in kind for what I have stolen." The goddess frowns, a crease forming between her perfect brows. "How did you come by such power in the first place? The ability to manipulate souls, to unmake and create them. That is the province of gods, not mortals." Rowan's tear-streaked face twists in confusion. He opens his mouth, seeming to grope for words that will not come. I don't know," he whispers at last, something lost and frightened in his eyes. "All I knew was that Eliza was trapped and I had to free her. I can't remember anything else." Chapter 15. What do you mean you can't remember? The chestnut-haired woman who shifted into the russet wolf snarls, her face a mask of fury and grief. You destroyed my mate without a second thought, stripped him of everything that made him who he was. You deserve to suffer for that. Rowan only shakes his head mutely, a helpless gesture of bafflement and dawning horror. It almost seems like he's only just realizing the evil he has perpetrated on the pack, like he's a different person to the one who was trying to kill Caleb and me. I don't understand what's going on here. I had to save Eliza. I had to get her out of her grave. Power of that magnitude, it is far too great for any mortal to wield. It has to be given to you. You are a mortal soul. The goddess's hand lights with radiance once more, and Rowan goes rigid, his eyes rolling back to show only the whites. Light shines through his skin as if he's been transformed into a living lantern, his body suffused with golden brilliance. She removes her hand and the light gutters out. There is a hole in his memory, a gap where knowledge once resided. Whoever or whatever granted him this power has taken great pains to conceal their involvement. Eliza gathers Rowan into her arms, cradling his head. Was someone manipulating Rowan to do their dirty work? Horror of a different kind ripples through me. The goddess turns to Eliza. You, child, how did you come to be trapped in your own grave? All souls should be free once the physical body draws its last breath. Eliza tips back her head. I don't know. I was just there and I couldn't get out no matter how hard I tried. Rowan reaches out to cup her cheek. Forgive me, my love, for failing you for so long. I beg you, do not surrender your soul for my actions. You deserve so much more. Eliza presses her forehead to his, tears slipping down her cheeks to mingle with his own. It is better to have loved, she whispers fiercely, than never to have loved at all, in this life and the next. I choose you. I will always choose you. She seals her vow with a kiss, a fierce press of lips that speaks of love, of absolution, of an unbreakable bond that transcends the mortal coil. I can only watch, my heart aching with a complicated tangle of emotions I can scarcely begin to parse. Rowan's actions are unforgivable, and yet there is something pure in his devotion, something that resonates in my own soul, calling out to the bond tying me to my own mate, my Caleb. The thought of him sends a fresh spike of terror and grief lancing through me. Is he still alive? Lost to madness, but breathing at least? Or the alternative is too much for me to even contemplate. I'm torn from my spiraling thoughts by the goddess's voice, ancient and resonant, thrumming through my very bones. Love, the greatest of all powers, the most terrible and wonderful of all fates. Her star-bright gaze shifts from the entwined lovers at her feet to me, pinning me with eyes that have seen the rise and fall of galaxies. The ethereal features of the goddess set in lines of ancient sorrow as she looks back to Rowan and Eliza. Ready yourselves. The time of reckoning is at hand. Payment must be made for suffering wrought. As the goddess reaches for the entwined lovers, the auburn-mailed woman speaks up. If Rowan truly cannot remember how he came by this power, is it possible he is as much a victim of its source as the rest of us? As is Eliza. No one wants to be stuck in their own grave. I splutter. I wouldn't use the word victim. The woman's lips twist. True, but he's not fully to blame either. One of the others, the brunette, shakes her head. What do you mean, Sarah? Sarah pauses, choosing her words with care. Rowan will pay the price to restore the feral males. That is justified, but I don't believe that any part of him, twisted though he may be, would have been capable of such atrocities without outside influence. If some force stripped away his memories, both of their memories, then it clearly doesn't want to be known. and that speaks of a danger beyond anything we've faced today. We must know its nature, its origin. I fear that extracting retribution from Rowan alone will not root out the true evil behind all of this. The goddess tilts her head, considering, and do the rest of my chosen, fated concur? One by one, the women nod, their faces set in lines of grim determination. The deity's star-bright gaze shifts to me, ancient and knowing. And you, child? What say you on the matter? I hesitate, my heart a roiling mass of conflicting emotions. Rowan's actions, the pain he inflicted on Caleb, on me. Every instinct screams for vengeance, for justice. But Eliza saved me from the fate Rowan had set up. She could easily have taken my bond and used it for her own, but she didn't. In fact, she refused, even though she would have been freed. I meet the goddess's eyes, hoping she can read the truth of my thoughts in my gaze. For Elysia's sake, and for the sake of the true threat that clearly remains at large, I agree. Rowan must face consequences, but not oblivion, not if it means never unmasking the greater danger. They will still pay, but not at the cost of their souls. The goddess's luminous hand extends, fingertips brushing featherlight against Rowan and Eliza's brows. As you have spoken, so shall it be. They shudder in unison, eyes fluttering closed. Luminous gold intensifies, pulsing with power, and I'm forced to shield my eyes against the brilliance. When the light fades, the lovers are gone, borne away to whatever penance the goddess deems fit. Glowing embers hover in the air where Rowan once existed, but as my vision clears from the golden light, it's to see one of chaos and carnage. Feral wolves and shifter wolves still clash in a roiling mass of snarling, snapping bodies and spraying blood, despite the fact that Rowan and Eliza are gone. Yelps of pain and fury rend the air, mingling with the smack of flesh and bone impacting. Every wolf I see is injured. Blood coats their fur, their jaws. Some limp, others barely stand and shake amongst the carnage. The fighting is still wild, still uncontrolled. Desperate. My eyes dart wildly between the heaving bodies, desperate for any glimpse of black fur, any flash of familiar amber eyes. Icy talons of dread sink into my heart. Caleb is nowhere to be seen. A gasp from the blonde woman snaps my head around. She's staring wide-eyed at a fresh wave of wolves pouring through the shattered barrier, powerful bodies moving with the deadly grace of apex predators and joining the fight. Iron jaws shifters. The newcomers crash into the fray, tearing into the ferals with merciless efficiency. Bones crunch and skin splits beneath powerful jaws, spraying the ground with fresh gore. Stop your fighting. The goddess's words reverberate through the forest, shaking the ground, the trees and leaves, and my whole body. She reappears, her hand cupping the glowing embers of what I can only guess is Rowan's soul shard, and she blows them into the mass of wolves. One ember shoots straight into my chest and sinks beneath my skin. The lines that Rowan cut into me flare with a moment of pain before fading. I look down to see my tattoo perfectly restored, and the black tendrils gone as though they never spidered over my body. I'm unblemished. There isn't a scar or even a red welt to suggest I've been hurt. The rest of the embers dart toward the ferals and sink into their bodies. Fur and skin ripple, flowing and reshaping in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Feral snarls contort and shift, becoming very human cries of confusion and dawning horror. The once feral males stagger upright on shaking legs, naked and disoriented. They're emaciated, their flesh hanging loose on jutting bones, eyes fever-bright in sunken sockets. Some fall to their knees, retching weakly. Others simply stare at their trembling hands, expressions slack with numb shock. The non-feral shifters rear back, chests heaving with exertion, muzzles stained crimson. They pant, some shake as battle rage leaches from their bodies. Those still in wolf form shift back to their blood-splattered human forms, and I'm surprised to see women mixed in with the men, although I don't know why I'm shocked. Wolves are born from strength, no matter their gender. I scan their faces, my heart rabbiting behind my ribs as I look for Caleb. I don't see him. No familiar shoulders, no strong jaw, no amber eyes warming with recognition and relief. All I see are the broken remnants of the battle, the acrid reek of blood and terror, and the yawning absence in my chest where my bond and my mate should be.
Chapter 16. Caleb. I run through the deep forest, paws pounding against the earth in a frantic staccato. Towering evergreens loom on all sides, their branches interlaced overhead to form a dense canopy that filters the wan sunlight into muted shafts. The air is thick with the musk of decaying leaves and the sharp tang of pine sap, undercut by the coppery scent of blood. My blood. Rage and fury consume me, a red haze that drowns out all reason, all thought. There's nothing left but the overwhelming urge to rend and tear, to leave nothing but shredded remains in my wake. I want to howl to the uncaring sky, to paint the forest floor with the entrails of my enemies. I fought wolf after wolf, each one a threat to my very existence. They came at me in a blur or snarling challenges that I met with savage glee. My jaws snapped, my claws raked, and I tasted hot blood on my tongue as I tore into their flesh with abandon. Each kill only fueled the inferno raging inside me. I lost myself in the rhythm of combat, in the crunch of bones beneath my jaws and the hot gush of blood over my tongue. I was nothing but the fight, the hunt, the kill. Then I ran as though hell was swallowing me whole. The forest closes in around me, as wild and untamed as me. It's all I know, all I understand. The drive to fight, to run, to bring down prey and gorge myself on their steaming flesh. I have no past, no future, only the eternal now. My body is a map of wounds, my fur matted with gore. I feel the pain, but I don't care. It drives me harder, faster, deeper into the welcoming red haze of frenzy, until, without warning, a fiery light bolts through the shadows and slams into my side, sending me crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs. I writhe on the forest floor, yelping in confused agony as searing heat races through my veins. It sinks into my bones and lava rewrites my body. My essence is remade back into something more. I scrabble to my feet, casting about wildly for my attacker, but there's no one there. I'm surrounded by towering pines and lying on damp leaves, and I'm not the same. I'm longer, leaner, bare skin instead of fur, hands and feet in place of paws, blunt teeth and soft nails where fangs and claws should be. Confusion swamps me, a rising tide of disorientation and panic. I struggle to make sense of my altered form as another sensation blooms to life inside my chest, a tugging, insistent pull toward something. No, not something. Someone. An overwhelming conviction that there is a person, a presence that I must find at all costs, that nothing else matters except reaching them, protecting them. An image forms in my mind's eye and grows more solid, more real with each moment. A woman, slender and fierce, with a riot of fiery curls and a constellation of freckles dusted across the bridge of her nose. A delicate tattoo nestled between the soft swell of her chest. My mate. Goddess, how could I have forgotten her? Shame and despair crash over me in a choking wave. What kind of mate am I, to have let the beast consume me so utterly, to have lost myself in the red haze of violence and left her unprotected? I'm the worst sort of failure, unworthy of the bond we share. She deserves so much better than a male who could abandon her. I want to howl my anguish to the sky, to rend and tear at my own flesh in penance. I wallow in self-recrimination as memories come flooding back. Walking through the forest, Amber at my side, the pain of the wound in my ribs, the icy fingers of dark magic leeching away my will, my very self. The all-consuming terror as I felt my mate slipping away, subsumed by a rising tide of pure animal instinct. I was feral, lost, a creature of base impulse and savagery, incapable of higher thought or reasoning. And now, somehow, I've been restored. But how? By what power? The questions swirl in my mind, a turmoil of confusion and desperate need for answers. But they're drowned out by a single, overriding imperative. I have to get back to Amber. Have to find her, protect her from Rowan. Guilt and fear claw at my throat, tightening my chest. I left Amber in his clutches. I failed her. Couldn't save her from the greatest horror I've ever known. The memory of her terror, her despair, is a leaden weight in my gut. A shaft of purest sunlight pierces my chest and into the abyss that yawned awake inside. A flicker of warmth kindles to life behind my breastbone, achingly familiar and infinitely precious. Our bond surges back to glorious existence within me, flooding my senses with Amber's essence, with the rightness of her soul entwined with mine. With it comes a tsunami of emotion. Her fear is a living thing clawing at my mind. Her sorrow is an abyss yawning wide enough to consume us both. The sheer intensity of her anguish brings me to my knees. It's also a lifeline, a tether back to myself, to the male I know I can be, must be, for her. She needs me, now more than ever. Somehow I've come back to my senses, a miracle, and I won't let it slip away. Exhaustion drags at my bones and turns my muscles to water, but I push through it, reaching for the core of strength I know lies beneath the weariness. I can run faster as a wolf than on two legs, so I use my reserves and shift once more. My body ripples, shifts, reforms in a heartbeat. Fur sprouts, teeth lengthen, senses sharpen to knife, and then I run, flying through the forest. The bond tugs at me, a gossamer thread of light guiding me. I race over fallen logs, tear through shrubs, and leap off rocks, my paws barely skimming the ground as I push myself to the limits of even my supernatural speed. The bond pulls me onward, an unbreakable thread tying me to my mate, to my very reason for drawing breath. At last, I burst into a clearing and skid to a halt, my sides heaving as I take in the scene before me. Shifters mill about in loose clusters, some from my own longtooth pack, others bearing the distinctive scent of Ironjaw. They move slowly, supporting each other with shaking hands and murmured words of comfort. Many bear the marks of recent battle, blood-matted skin, gashes and bruises, limbs twisted. Some figures are terribly thin, emaciated. Their hair is lank and greasy, and they have the unnatural look of shock on their hollowed faces. The only reason they'd still be injured is if they're too weak to shift so they can heal. I see the hulking figure of Jonah Cooper. His close-cropped blonde hair only serves to make him more vicious-looking than his reputation. His eyes are slitted, and he's searching the crowd of wolves, his jaw clenched so tight the muscles at his temples strain. The carnage and suffering can't hold my attention for long because there, in the center of the clearing, stands a figure that commands my attention. She towers over even the tallest of the shifters, her form limned in an intense golden glow that sears my vision and sends awe washing through me. The wolf shifter goddess herself, here among us. For a moment, I can only gape in stunned disbelief, my mind struggling to reconcile the impossible sight before me, but then, cutting through the chaos like a blade, Amber. The need to find her, to hold her in my arms and never let go, crashes over me in a wave that drowns out all else. Even the presence of a goddess pales in comparison to the driving imperative to reach my mate. I lurch forward, still in my wolf form, heedless of the blood matting my fur or the growls of alarm rising from the gathered shifters as they take in my wild, battle-scarred appearance. Mid-stride, I reach for my humanity, letting the change ripple through me in a heartbeat. Skin replaces fur, hands and feet forming from paws. Until I race through the crowd on 2 legs instead of 4, I shove my way past startled shifters with single-minded focus, my mate's name tearing from my throat in a desperate roar. Amber? And then, a miracle. Her voice, crying out my name in answer. The sweetest sound I've ever heard, a balm to my soul. I push past the last few bodies separating us, and there she is. Bruised and beaten, tears streaking her dirt-smudged cheeks, but so goddamn beautiful. She hurls herself into my arms, and I catch her against my chest, crushing her to me as if I can absorb her into my very skin. I'm shaking, trembling with the force of my relief, my joy, my overwhelming love for this incredible female whom I serve my heart up to on a silver platter. I bury my face in her hair, breathing in her scent, sweat and fear and that unique essence that sings to the deepest parts of me. She clings to me just as fiercely, her face tucked into the curve of my throat as violent shivers rack her slender frame. "I've got you," I rasp out, the words broken and raw. "I've got you, baby. I'm here. I'm so sorry, Goddess Amber, I'm so sorry." She shakes her head against my chest, her tears hot on my skin. "Don't apologize. You're here. You came back to me. That's all that matters." We're both babbling, words spilling out in an incoherent tangle as we try to express the inexpressible. The sheer, overwhelming relief at being reunited, the soul-deep knowledge that we've survived the unsurvivable, that, against all odds, we've found our way back to each other. I kiss her then, hard and desperate, pouring everything I am into the slant of my lips over hers. She opens for me with a sob, her fingers clutching at my shoulders as if she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. I understand the feeling all too well. I never want to be parted from her again, never want to experience the yawning abyss of her absence in my soul. When we finally break apart, I cup her face in my palms, thumbing away the tears that can't seem to stop falling. "Thank the goddess you're safe." I press my forehead to hers. "I was so afraid. When I felt your fear, your pain. Amber, where's Rowan? I'm going to rip him apart with my bare teeth." "He's gone," she says, her voice wavering but filled with a fierce sort of triumph. "The goddess, she came. She saved us all, Caleb. Rowan, she took him away to face judgment, I think. And she turned the pharaohs back into shifters, broke whatever curse he laid on them." Her voice breaks on a sob and she clutches me tighter. "I was so scared I'd lost you, that you were one of the wolves who didn't make it." Shame crashes over me in a choking wave. I failed her when she needed me most. The knowledge is a leaden weight in my chest, a sickness churning in my gut. "I failed you, Amber. I wasn't strong enough. I let Rowan break me, let my wolf take over. I'm so sorry." Her eyes blaze. "You didn't fail me, Caleb. Rowan did this. He's the only one to blame, not you, never you." There is such conviction in her voice, such unshakable faith shining from her eyes, that I can only crush her to me again, burying my face in her hair to hide the sudden sting of tears. I don't deserve her, this fierce, loyal, endlessly forgiving female, but goddess am I grateful to be hers. I hold her like that for endless minutes, breathing in the miracle of her, the rightness of her slight weight in my arms. The goddess glides toward us, her form incandescent with power. As she passes, wolves drop to their knees. I can barely stand to look upon her directly, my eyes watering and my skin prickling with the force of her presence. Overwhelmed, I also crash to my knees beneath the pressure of her presence. Her voice is imbued with thousands of bells. "The failings of others are not yours to bear. You are blameless in this, Caleb. Your only task now is to cherish the mate I have gifted you and honor my name with the love you share." Tears sting my eyes at her words. I force myself to meet her luminous gaze as she continues. "Thanks to you all, I have returned, and I will watch over all my children. You are not alone anymore. Call on me when you have need. I make this vow to you all. I will never be blocked from my children again." A blast of her power explodes around us with her oath. Branches bend, leaves shred off twigs. A wave of power blasts through me. She fades until the forest around us is bathed once again in shadow. Everyone is silent in the wake of her departure, every shifter frozen in awe and disbelief. Slowly, shifters move and whisper around us. My packmates emerge from the crowd, gathering around us in a loose circle. Liam, his arm around a wan but smiling Taylor. Sophia is tucked under Ethan's arm. Jacob, fierce and proud, with Maya at his side. Zane, our stalwart beta, standing tall, with Arya's tall form leaning into him. And Mitch, our alpha, tugs Sarah to his side, his eyes glowing with pride and relief as he takes in Amber and me kneeling at the center of it all. Those from Willowbrook who fought stand behind them, tens of shifters who came to answer our call. Mitch kneels next to us and focuses on my mate. I welcome you to the Longtooth Pack. You have fought for us, bled for us, and now you are one of us. Amber, I rasp out, realizing belatedly that Mitch doesn't even know my mate's name. Her name is Amber. A ripple of laughter eases some of the tension as Mitch nods, his eyes crinkling at the corners. We did guess that, from you bellowing her name a few minutes ago. Then his gaze turns again to my mate. Amber, then. Welcome to your new home. I promise, it's usually a lot more peaceful than this. The females crowd around my mate, murmuring words of welcome, of gratitude for the role she played in saving us all from Rowan. I watch, my heart so full it feels fit to burst, as she smiles tremulously at them all, tears pooling in her eyes. Ilara steps forward, and the look on her face brings me crashing back to earth. She's not smiling, not relieved or happy. Instead, her brow is furrowed, her eyes troubled as she says quietly, "We're not out of the woods yet. There's something else out there, something big enough to worry even the goddess." Amber shivers in my arms and I tighten my grip instinctively, a low growl rumbling up from my chest. The goddess didn't understand how Rowan was given his power, or how Eliza was trapped in her grave, my mate says. Mitch clearly agrees, rising to his feet with a heavy sigh. We'll discuss this further at the pack house. For now, our priority is getting everyone home safe. Those who were lost to their feral side will need medical attention and time to recover from their ordeal. Liam, I want them all brought to the clinic for treatment. Liam nods, already moving into healer mode as he starts through the crowd, triaging the worst cases. Mitch turns back to me, his eyes softening as he takes in the way I clutch Amber to my chest, the fine tremors running through her body. I know you two have been through hell, he says quietly. Take some time, rest, recover, be with your mate. But when you're ready, we need to talk about this new threat. I nod, my jaw tightening with resolve. I understand, and I'll be there to fight when the time comes. I have too much to lose now not to. Mitch clasps my shoulder, a wealth of understanding in his eyes. Then he turns away, already barking orders as he oversees the evacuation of the battlefield. I stagger to my feet, pulling Amber up with me. She sways into my side, her exhaustion palpable, and I scoop her into my arms. She nestles into me with a sigh, her face pressed into the curve of my throat. Take me home, she whispers, and goddess, there's nothing in the world I want more. But first, Amber, I rasp, emotion clogging my throat. I know we've done this all backwards, but I want to do this right. I want to claim you fully and completely, body, heart, and soul. If you'll have me. She pulls back just far enough to meet my gaze, her own eyes shining with love and joy and a hint of mischief. I thought you'd never ask. And just so you know, I'm clearing your schedule for at least a week. Your customers can wait for their high-end orders. We've got some lost time to make up for. A laugh startles out of me, rusty and raw, but real. I crush her closer, peppering her face with kisses until she's giggling and breathless, and let myself believe that the future is bright, that we really can have this love, this happiness, this unshakable bond. No matter what enemies rear their heads, no matter what fresh hells we have to wade through, we'll face it together, always together.
Chapter 17. And a hulking figure storms through the milling crowd, shifters parting to let him pass. The man is massive, all thick muscle and blistering anger, his close-cropped blonde hair and chiseled features doing nothing to soften the hardness in his expression. Something about him twigs my memory, and I see him in my mind's eye in the town I passed through before I stumbled into Willowbrook. Ravenwood, the town was called. Caleb stiffens, pulling me tighter against his chest as the man bears down on Mitch. "That's Jonah Cooper," he murmurs in my ear, his voice a low rumble. "Alpha of the Ironjaw Pack, their territory borders ours. He would have felt it alongside Mitch when we overturned those ward stones. There's no other reason he and his wolves would have gotten involved. Mitch meets the other alphas advance head-on, not giving an inch as Jonah looms over him with clear menace. The two men face off, their combined power rolling off them in waves that make my knees go weak and my pulse kick up a notch. I may be new to the world of shifters, but even I can sense the sheer dominance these two exude. Now I'm really glad I didn't stop in Ravenwood. Out of the two alphas, Mitch's energy is a lot smoother than the more violent-seeming Jonah. "Thanks for the assist," Mitch bites out, his tone clipped. "But you're trespassing on Longtooth territory. Time to take your people and go." Jonah's nostrils flare, his eyes glittering with something darker than mere annoyance. "Not until I get what I came for. You've got something of mine, Stokes, and I want it back, and until that happens, our truce is over." Mitch arches a sardonic brow. "Is that so? Funny. I don't recall taking anything from your miserable little pit." His gaze rakes over Jonah in clear disdain. "As long as you keep ruling through fear and oppression, you're not getting a damn thing out of me or mine, truce or no truce. When you change things, and if you want to talk," he shrugs, a clear dismissal, "we'll meet at the border as usual. I'll bring Ilara to oversee things. You bring your pet witch if it makes you feel safer. But not today. My people need rest and healing." A muscle ticks in Jonah's clenched jaw, and for a moment the tension ratchets up another notch. It feels like the air itself stills, waiting to see who'll throw the first punch and reignite the conflict. But then the Iron Jaw Alpha gives a curt nod, reining in his temper with obvious effort. "Fine, for now. In the name of the goddess and our common enemy." His eyes rake over the assembled shifters again, assessing and cold, before snapping back to Mitch. "But this isn't over, not by a long shot." He turns on his heel, already barking orders as he stalks away. The Ironjaw wolves melt into the forest with eerie silence, fading into the shadows until the last of them has vanished from sight. Only then do I let out the breath I've been holding in a long, shaky exhale. I try for a lightness I don't entirely feel. "I'm starting to see why you guys don't play well with the neighbors." Caleb snorts, the sound rumbling through his chest where it's pressed to my back. "You've no idea, sweetheart. No idea at all." Mitch is already striding away, his face grim as he begins overseeing the evacuation in earnest. I sag against Caleb's reassuring solidity, dread curdling in my belly at the thought of the long trek back to Willowbrook. We're so deep in the wilderness, miles from anywhere. How are the wounded shifters going to make that journey? Hell, even if I was at my peak, I'm not sure I could handle a hike of that magnitude. A flicker of movement catches my eye, and I turn to find Ilara approaching with several other women in tow, women whose auras have the hair on the back of my neck standing at attention. Caleb goes rigid beside me. "What's wrong?" I whisper, clutching at his arm. His jaw works for a moment before he forces out a reply, his voice tight. "Those women, they're from the witch's dimension. Shame floods our bond, bitter and acrid. When Rowan had control of me, he made me steal the chalice from Ilora's cottage. I'm sorry, Amber. I had no choice, but I violated their home, their sacred space." Before I can respond, he pulls away from me, going to one knee before the witches with his head bowed. "I beg your forgiveness," he rasps out, every line of his body radiating contrition. "I never meant to trespass, to violate your realm and take what wasn't mine. Rowan," he bound me to his will. "Please understand I had no choice. I'm so sorry." Mitch's head whips around at the commotion, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the scene. "You were able to access the witch's realm?" he demands, his voice laced with a strange mixture of horror and grudging respect. "Caleb, how? That kind of travel between worlds is—" Rowan carved a binding rune into my side, Caleb admits, still on his knee. "It led me through a portal and into their village. That's where I retrieved the chalice." Ilara nods, unsurprised. "We knew the moment our wards were breached. We sensed your presence and your reason, and we allowed it." Caleb's head snaps up, his eyes wide. "You allowed it? But—" Several of the witches exchange inscrutable looks, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Ilara continues. "Rowan was too powerful, too well shielded by dark magic for us to find him directly. Giving him what he desired, the chalice, would lure him into the open, where we hoped to stop him for good. When you were in my cottage, I sprayed a tracking spell on you which allowed us to portal the pack to this location to join the fight. We knew Rowan would call you to him for the chalice. It was, perhaps, the only way to bring him out of hiding." She pins Caleb with those ancient, knowing eyes. "You did us a service, however unwitting, and for that, you and your people have earned a boon in return." She sweeps out her arm and gestures to her coven. They form a loose circle, joining hands and bowing their heads as they begin a rhythmic chant. The air shimmers and distorts around them, reality bending and warping with the cadence of their voices. Then, with a sound like a thunderclap, space itself fractures in a jagged line. A shimmering portal yawns open, swirling with iridescent light and revealing a view of Willowbrook. I gape, stunned, as familiar buildings and streets come into view through the rend in reality. "My sisters and I will open paths to guide you all home," Ilara declares, her voice ringing with power. "A journey that would have taken hours, now reduced to steps. It is the least we can do to help." One by one, more portals spiral into existence, each one revealing a different destination. Laughter and exclamations of delight erupt from the assembled shifters as they recognize their homes and businesses, shining through the magical doorways. Caleb rises fluidly to his feet, his eyes shining with naked wonder. "You honor us, truly. Your kindness and mercy are—" I'm humbled. A warm hand strokes my cheek and I start, so lost in the spectacle that I didn't even notice Caleb turning to face me. He's smiling, tender and soft in a way that makes my heart lurch in my chest. Mitch and a few men I assume are his betas take charge, coordinating with Ilara's coven as shifters step through the shimmering portals one by one. The wounded, the once feral, are ushered gently toward the gateway leading to the clinic, with Liam and others hovering close to lend support. Most of the uninjured choose to return directly to their homes, disappearing through the swirling vortexes with palpable relief. At last, it's our turn. Caleb holds me close, the lingering shame and regret over his violation of the witch's realm still weighing heavily on our bond. Ilara quiets his self-recrimination with a gentle hand on his arm and a warm smile. "My sisters and I could sense that your presence was not of your own free will. What Rowan forced you to do, that crime lies at his feet, not yours. You are forgiven, fully and freely." The relief that washes over him is staggering, a weight lifting from his shoulders and also mine. His arms tighten around me as Ilara continues. "Now, where would you like us to send you? Your home? The clinic?" I meet Caleb's questioning gaze and shake my head minutely. "Home?" I murmur against the warm skin of his throat. "Just take us home." A fleeting smile curves his lips as he looks back at the witch. "You heard her. Our home, if you would be so kind." Ilara inclines her head, something knowing in her expression. Then, with a subtle wave of her hand, one of the glowing portals shifts and a familiar view resolves on the other side. Caleb's beautiful house in the woods. Caleb sweeps me into his arms, cradling me against his chest as he strides toward the shimmering vortex. I clutch at his shoulders as the light washes over us, tingling and sparking across my skin. For a moment, the world falls away and we're suspended in a vast nothingness. Then, just as abruptly, the disorienting sensation fades and we're standing outside Caleb's cabin, surrounded by the comforting, peaceful silence of the forest. No sign of the witches, the other shifters, or even the portal itself remains. It's just us, bathed in dappled sunlight and blessed solitude. Wow, bit of a head rush doing portal travel. I'm a little breathless at the fact that we just traveled through a portal. I add it to the very long list of new experiences I'm racking up, and use it as an excuse to cling harder to Caleb, my mate. Caleb sets me on my feet but doesn't release me, his hands skimming down my sides. "We're home," he rasps, the words raw but laced with undisguised relief. "We're finally home." Then his mouth is on mine, hot and demanding, evoking a low moan from deep in my chest. His tongue sweeps past my lips to lay claim, stroking along mine with a blatant possession that has heat licking through my veins. My fingers tangle in his sweat-damp hair, holding him close as I return the kiss with every ounce of passion burning through me. When we finally break apart, I'm trembling and breathless, clinging to him in a way that has nothing to do with exhaustion or fear. Caleb's eyes blaze down at me, liquid gold and glittering with naked hunger that sends a fresh frisson of heat spiraling through me. I need to wash the dirt and blood off us, and then... His mouth trails scorching kisses along the line of my jaw, teeth grazing my sensitive skin. Then, I'm going to make love to you, Ember, slowly, thoroughly, until you can't remember anything but my name. A whimper escapes me at the blatant promise in his words, my core clenching. Part of me wants to protest the delay, to beg him to take me right here and now, consequences be damned, but a larger part knows he's right. We both need to slew off the taint of violence and darkness. I want nothing of Rowan on my body when I finally give myself to my mate. Chapter 18. Caleb sweeps me into his arms and cradles me against his muscular chest. I melt into his embrace, savoring the way his muscles shift and bunch beneath my cheek, the reassuring thud of his heartbeat against my ear. He's so warm, so vital and gloriously alive in a way that sends tendrils of heat unfurling low in my belly. The cabin door clicks shut behind us with a sense of finality, sealing us away from the outside world. Just us, finally alone without Rowan's madness looming over our heads. A little thrill skitters down my spine at the thought. We're home, we're safe, and there's nothing standing between us any longer. Caleb strides down the hallway with that easy rolling gait that reminds me so much of the wolf lurking just beneath his skin. The bathroom looms ahead, all gleaming surfaces, sleek lines, and white tiles. It belongs in the pages of an interior design magazine, not a cabin in the middle of the forest. I'm rapidly learning that nothing about Caleb or his world is quite what it seems on the surface. A massive clawfoot bathtub is the highlight of the room, but it's the shower, big enough for 4 people, that holds my attention. The thought of a shower, of washing away the dirt and grime and Rowan's touch, fills me with longing. He sets me on my feet just inside the doorway, the heat of his big body leaving me with a sense of loss until he turns and starts the shower. Steam begins to curl from the glass stall, filling the air with a damp, mineral-rich scent that has me breathing deeper. When Caleb turns back to face me, I can't help but let my gaze roam hungrily over all that bare, rugged mail. He's still naked from the shift, his tanned skin gilded by soft light. My mouth waters at the sight of the hard, sinewy lines of his chest and abdomen, each ridge and valley sculpted by years of running wild in the forest. Thick cords of muscle shift beneath satiny flesh as he moves, a study in coiled power and raw masculinity. I lift my arms in silent invitation, holding his molten gaze. Take me, Caleb. Make me yours, once and for all. I need you. Those words are all it takes to shatter the last remnants of restraint. His eyes blaze, and then he's on me, mouth slanting over mine in a scorching kiss. The bond between us flares into brilliant, incandescent life, filling me with a rush of joy and love so pure it renders me breathless. For one endless, perfect moment, the world whites out to a blinding radiance filling every sense. I'm surrounded by Caleb, enveloped in his warmth and strength, his scent of earthy wood, pine, and smoky musk. The bond settles, still glowing but no longer overwhelming. I'm left shaking in Caleb's arms, clutching him with desperate hands. His big body is flush against me from chest to knee as he nuzzles into the curve of my throat. "Ember," he rasps, voice wrecked with naked need. "Baby, you feel so good, so right." His mouth blazes a path of open-mouthed kisses along the line of my jaw, teeth grazing my racing pulse until I whimper. Every brush of his lips against my oversensitized skin sends licks of liquid fire coursing through my veins. It's not enough. The barrier of my clothes is too much, an intolerable obstruction keeping me from the skin-on-skin contact I crave. I need to feel him, every hard, scorching inch of him pressed tight to my body with nothing between us. The bond agrees, flaring bright and insistent once more. My need spikes, a throbbing ache that has me arching against Caleb with a desperate keen. He growls against the hollow of my throat, and his arms tighten like bands of steel around my waist. "Easy, baby," he soothes, even as his fingers find the hem of my shirt and tug it up and over my head in one smooth motion. "I've got you. Just let me take care of you." Caleb holds me tenderly, sharing gentle kisses as we sway together. His careful touch fills me with warmth and joy, sending waves of happiness through my heart. I sigh softly, leaning into his embrace as we share this perfect moment. My hands rest gently in his hair as I close my eyes in contentment. He's attentive and loving, making sure I feel cherished and protected as our bond grows stronger. Warmth spreads through my chest as our spiritual connection deepens with each passing moment. "Please," I whisper, gently touching his face until he looks at me with eyes full of devotion. A soft sound of happiness rumbles through his chest at my words. He places one final kiss on my cheek before standing, his strong hands holding mine with tender care. I move closer, wanting to deepen our emotional connection. Then I'm there in his arms, my heart racing with pure joy. Caleb gazes at me with complete adoration, his expression full of love. He holds me close as we share this intimate moment, our souls connecting perfectly. The first brush of his lips against my forehead makes my heart soar. "Oh!" I gasp softly, steadying myself against him as he continues to show his affection. Caleb hums contentedly, the sound filling me with peace and happiness. His loving gestures continue, each tender moment bringing us closer together. He shows his devotion with careful attention, making sure I feel completely cherished and loved. Every part of me feels alive with joy, my whole being filled with the pure bliss of our connection. "Yes," I whisper breathlessly, holding him close as we share this tender moment. "Stay with me, please. Don't go." He continues to hold me, adjusting our embrace to draw me even closer. My heart races with pure joy as his presence surrounds me with warmth and security. Our spiritual bond deepens as we share this intimate moment. "Rose," I gasp softly, overwhelmed by the pure emotion flowing between us. He holds me steady as we sway together, the quiet bathroom filled only with the sound of our gentle breathing. Pure happiness floods through me as I whisper his name. Caleb stays close, his strong hands supporting me as waves of joy wash over me. The feeling of complete contentment leaves me peaceful in his embrace as our connection settles into a warm glow. My heart still beats quickly as I catch my breath, every part of me filled with pure bliss. Though I feel complete, my soul still yearns for an even deeper connection. I need more, so much more. Holding Caleb's face gently in my trembling hands, I meet his tender gaze. I want to be closer to you, I say softly, my voice full of emotion. Now, Caleb, please, I need to feel our connection. Caleb lifts me carefully in his strong arms, holding me close as we move toward the shower. The warm water cascades over us, creating a cocoon of peace and comfort. I sigh contentedly as he holds me, his presence bringing pure joy. He sets me down gently but keeps me close, sheltering me against the wall as the water flows around us. I look up at him with complete trust, feeling peaceful and cherished, and he smiles softly, as if amazed by our perfect connection. Let me take care of you, he says tenderly, helping me rinse my face in the warm spray. He supports my neck carefully as he helps wash my hair, each gesture filled with pure love and devotion. I relax into his gentle touch, sighing softly as his careful hands show such tenderness. He's so careful, so infinitely gentle despite his strength. It's amazing to be cherished so completely by this wonderful man. He finishes washing my hair, and I rest contentedly against his chest. His loving attention continues as he ensures I'm completely taken care of, his every gesture filled with devotion. Starting at my shoulders, he massages away any tension, his touch gentle and caring. Each careful movement deepens our emotional connection, making my heart flutter with joy. By the time he kneels to help wash my feet, I'm overwhelmed by the pure love flowing between us. He senses my emotional state, his touch growing more reassuring. His careful hands ease away any remaining stress as he shows his complete devotion. I rest my head back, surrendering to the perfect comfort of his care, holding his shoulders for support as happy sighs escape me. Caleb embraces me tenderly, his presence surrounding me with warmth and security. Our spiritual connection grows stronger with each passing moment, making me yearn to be even closer. He holds me carefully, keeping me safe against the wall. Easy, sweetheart, he murmurs contentedly before giving me a tender kiss. I melt into his embrace, sharing this perfect moment. Our hearts beat as one, as a feeling of complete belonging fills my chest. I can't get close enough, can't fully express the depth of my feelings. I need him, all of him, to share this perfect connection. I place my hands gently on his chest, breaking our kiss to look into his eyes. His gaze is soft with pure love, but he stays perfectly still at my silent request. My turn, I say softly, my voice tender with affection. I reach for the shampoo, gently washing his thick chestnut hair as he bends down to help. He sighs contentedly as I take care of him, the sound filling my heart with joy. Our emotional connection grows stronger with each loving gesture. Once his hair is clean, I continue showing my care and devotion. My hands move carefully over his shoulders in a gentle massage, appreciating his strength and grace. He's magnificent, a perfect blend of power and gentleness. Our spiritual bond deepens as we share this intimate moment. Caleb's expression softens with pure love, making my heart flutter. The connection between us grows stronger, filling the room with warmth and light. I can't wait any longer to express my feelings. Amber, what are you? I look up at him with complete devotion, our souls connecting on an even deeper level. His presence surrounds me with comfort and security as our bond blazes brighter than ever. Every moment we share resonates through my entire being. I lose myself in this perfect connection, our hearts beating as one. He whispers my name like a prayer as we share this magical moment. His careful control shows in every gentle gesture, and oh, how I want to show him the depth of my love. Looking up at him tenderly, I whisper, "Now, Caleb, I need to be close to you now." He pulls me into a tender embrace, holding me close as we share this perfect moment. Caleb's hands rest gently on my waist as we sway together under the warm shower spray. "Please," I whisper, my voice full of emotion. "Please, Caleb, I need to be closer." "You have me," he says softly against my hair, his words full of devotion. "You'll always have me, Amber. I'm yours, however and whenever you need me. I'll always be here for you." There's no arguing that, not when every part of my being yearns for this deeper connection. I nod, overwhelmed by the pure love flowing between us. Our spiritual bond blazes brighter than ever, filling us both with warmth and light. Caleb holds me carefully, letting me adjust to this new level of emotional intimacy. The world narrows to just the two of us, the sound of our breathing, the beating of our hearts, and the pure joy flowing between us. Our souls connect completely, merging into one perfect whole. The bond flares with brilliant light, filling every sense until I'm floating in a sea of pure emotion. A golden spark of joy spirals through my heart, completing our connection in the most beautiful way. Caleb's heart beats steadily against my back as he places gentle kisses on my hair. "I love you," he whispers, his words resonating through my soul. "Amber, my soulmate, my heart, my everything, I love you so much." As our bond grows ever stronger, filling me with his complete devotion, I know that for the first time in my life, I'm truly home, safe and cherished in the arms of the man who holds my heart, connected to him in a way that transcends the physical, our souls woven together forever. I'm complete, whole. I never dreamed this would be possible before he came into my life and showed me what true love means. As I turn to share a tender kiss that promises forever, I let the last walls around my heart fall away. This is where I belong, with Caleb, always and forever. I love you too, my soulmate. Chapter 19. Amber. The lively buzz of conversation and the rich, mouth-watering sense of diner fare swirl around me as I slide into the buttery soft leather of our booth. Caleb settles in right beside me, our thighs pressing together from hip to knee in a scorching line of contact. Even through the layers of our clothes, I can feel the delicious heat radiating from his powerful body. I drink in the nostalgic ambience of Sally's diner, all chrome accents and cherry red vinyl, like a little slice of the 1950s preserved in gleaming perfection. Checkered floor tiles stretch away in a vast expanse, bordered by a long curved counter lined with spinning stools. Neon signs blaze in the windows, advertising frosty milkshakes and sizzling burgers that make my mouth water just looking at them. All around us, the diner bustles with activity. Servers weave between tightly packed tables, balancing towering trays of food and calling cheerful greetings to the patrons. The air is thick with the mouth-watering aromas of fresh coffee, griddled meat, and golden French fries, all overlaid with an indescribable scent of nostalgia. I lean back against the plush upholstery with a contented sigh, soaking in the lively atmosphere and the company surrounding me. Sarah, Aria, Sophia, Maya, and Taylor, all beaming with the same radiant joy I feel pulsing in my own veins. My gaze skims over each of them in turn, taking in their glowing smiles and the way they lean ever so slightly into the solid warmth of their mates, sitting as close to them as Caleb is to me. We're all bound now, I realize with a little thrill, tied heart and soul to these wild, beautiful, powerful males in a way that transcends dimensions. It's heady and incredible, this sense of profound belonging, of finding my other half after so many years of drifting. A low chuckle rumbles against my ear, Caleb's warm breath stirring the fine hairs at my nape. "You're practically purring over here," he murmurs, pitch low enough that only I can hear the words. "What's got you so worked up, baby?" I can't help the heat that steals across my cheeks, no doubt resulting in a telltale flush, Of course he can scent the first stirrings of arousal wafting off me, as subtle as they may be. I shoot him a sidelong glance, torn between amusement and chagrin. Just happy? I hedge, not about to admit that merely sitting here surrounded by mated couples has me shifting restlessly in my seat, that it brings to mind all the delicious ways Caleb has claimed me over the past few weeks, sating every ounce of the burning need I thought I'd been prepared for. He hums, the corners of those lush lips twitching as he undoubtedly picks up on the spike in my scent. "Don't worry," he says, voice low and wicked. "The others know better than to stick their noses where they don't belong, and if they don't—" He leans in to graze his stubbled jaw along the curve of my throat, sending a full-body shiver cascading through me. "Well, I'll just have to make sure they know I'm taking very good care of my mate's needs." Oh, there's no doubt about that, not with the way my thighs are still deliciously sore and my muscles loose and languid in the afterglow of our marathon lovemaking sessions. Caleb has well and truly seen to it that I'm more than satisfied in that department, and then some. Catching my lower lip between my teeth, I glance around at the other couples bracketing us in the curve of the booth. Each one is a portrait of contentment and quiet joy, the bonds making them glow. I never could have imagined this. A sense of wonder washes over me. Finding my way to Willowbrook, to these people who have so swiftly and thoroughly welcomed me into their world. Part of me wants to shout it from the rooftops, to tell every woman in the world that this kind of happiness, this profound soul-deep love and acceptance is possible, that there's so much more to life than settling for the bare minimum, for emotionally stunted men like my ex who can never truly see their partners as equals. The thought has me pausing, a tiny seed of an idea taking root. What if I did put Willowbrook out there, after a fashion? Not the details, never the details. This world and its inhabitants are too precious, too vulnerable to exploitation, but some kind of signal flare for women who need it most. A breadcrumb trail that will lead the ones with open minds and open hearts to stumble across this haven, just as I did. Maybe something like the rumor mill? The same network that led me here. A whisper of secrets passed along about the existence of this sanctuary, vague, without context, but enough to spark the flames of hope and longing in someone trapped in a life of quiet desperation. I'm safe in the knowledge that only those with shifter blood in them would ever find this town. My gaze skates over the assembled males, all laughing and easily joking. Mitch, Liam, Zane, Jake, and Ethan, the ones Caleb told me were struggling under the weight of growing close to feral without finding their fated mates. But now the curse has been lifted. The energy surrounding them, and everyone in the diner, is lighter, the air practically shimmering with reclaimed peace and rightness. A burden has been lifted from their collective shoulders, freeing them to simply be, to let fate and the goddess work her miracles. I can't help the smile that curves my lips at the sight. They're so beautiful like this, my ferocious alpha and his shifter brothers, content and radiating a quiet, steady strength as they take delight with their mates. Caleb's arm curves around my shoulders, a proprietary weight that centers me even as it stokes that slow-burning blaze higher. I tilt my head to rest against his solid chest, breathing him in and letting the scents of forest and musk and home settle over me like a well-worn blanket. Yes, the rumor mill could work nicely to send out the message. I'll do my part so that others may share the same happiness. Caleb's lips twitch. When you've finished thinking and want to hatch that plan, let me know. Then the diner grows silent, every eye riveted on Mitch as he stands. The alpha's expression is grave, the weight of recent events and looming uncertainty pressing down on the gathered crowd like a storm cloud. As you all know, he begins, his deep voice carrying through the hushed space. the goddess Lunarith came to our aid against Rowan's madness. She broke the curse that trapped so many of our brothers in the hell of forced shifts, restoring their humanity. A rumble of murmured agreement rises and falls. Mitch waits for the sound to die down before continuing. She eliminated the threat Rowan posed to us all, but in doing so, he pauses, jaw tightening as his gaze sweeps over the assembled pack. She revealed that a deeper danger may still lurk on the horizon, one strong enough to warrant the personal intervention of a deity. A frisson of unease ripples through the crowd at his words, the sense of uncertainty and wariness wafting through the air. Caleb tenses beside me, the arm he has slung over my shoulders tightening. We don't know exactly what this threat is, or who or what gave Rowan the power to unleash such devastation in the first place. Hell, we don't even know how Eliza ended up trapped in her grave to begin with, or why she was targeted. He shakes his head, mouth set in a grim line. Too many unanswered questions, too many loose ends that could unravel and put us all in danger again if left alone. Taylor sits up straighter, her expression taking on that fierce, determined cast I've come to associate with the wolf buried just beneath her lovely surface. "So what do we do?" she asks, her voice ringing with quiet steel. Clearly this thing is stronger than even a goddess. How do we prepare to face something like that? "We don't," Mitch says simply. "Not yet, at least. Until we know more about the nature of the threat, the best we can do is stay vigilant. I've increased border patrols and posted sentries to monitor for any suspicious activity." His gaze bores into each of us in turn, Alpha Command thrumming through the words. "But I need you all to be on your toes as well. Keep your senses sharp and report anything out of the ordinary, no matter how small. For now, eat, drink, enjoy." A cheer rises around us, and the diner settles back into loud chatter as Mitch takes his seat next to Sarah again. I shiver despite the warmth of Caleb's body against mine, a sense of foreboding curling through my gut, the thought of some unknown evil lurking out there, strong enough to make even an immortal goddess wary. It's bone-chilling. I can't help but worry for the precious life now sheltered within me, so new and fragile. Now I know what that tiny light was. It makes my condition all the more special because we knew the exact moment both of us made this new life. Caleb senses my unease. His hand finds mine beneath the table, calloused fingers threading through my own and squeezing gently. Reassurance and fierce protectiveness flood our bond, wrapping around me like a warm blanket despite the icy tendrils of dread trying to take root. Determined to shake off the specter of darkness hovering at the edges of the gathering, I force a smile and turn to Sarah. "So, a bookstore, huh? I can't think of a more perfect endeavor for Willowbrook's very own best-selling author." Sarah's face lights up, the tension easing from the lines around her eyes. "Wolf's Haven Books," she confirms with a little laugh. "I figured the name was appropriate in this town. I'll use it as my office for writing, but I'm also going to hire some of the local teens to help run it. Give them a fun first job, get some work experience under their belts." "I love the name," Sophia pipes up shyly. "And your book? It was just exquisite, Sarah. You have such a gift for heart-wrenching romantic tension." A warm chuckle rumbles around the table as Sarah ducks her head, clearly pleased by the praise despite her modest demeanor. "Well, I definitely had plenty of inspiration on that front," she admits wryly. "Between Liam going feral and Ethan nearly tearing the whole territory apart for Maya, let alone how Mitch and I worked everything out, I'd say I got an inside look at romantic angst." Our laughter eases the lingering pall as Sarah launches into an energetic discussion of her upcoming publicity tour and the rabid social media fan base already clamoring for the next book in the series. I soak in the warmth and camaraderie, the simple pleasure of being surrounded by friends, no, family, as we immerse ourselves in the mundane. That's what this is, I realize with a contented sort of relief. Normal life, persevering despite the darkness that so recently tried to tear us all apart. Casual conversation, excited planning for the future. It's a balm to my wounded soul, a testament to the resilience of this strange, wonderful world into which I've been welcomed. I glanced sidelong at Caleb, finding his steady gaze already fixed on me. There's so much shining through those gray depths, love and pride, and a profound sense of possessiveness that has my pulse kicking up. Leaning in until his lips brush the whorled curve of my ear, he rumbles, "You ready to share our news, baby?" I can't help the way my eyes flutter closed at the heated caress of his words against my sensitized skin, or the way arousal blooms hot and hungry in my core at the thought of announcing our pregnancy to the pack, of making this new little life a reality in the minds of everyone around us. With a tremulous smile, I tilt my chin in a silent nod. Then I lift my free hand to cup my flat belly, reveling in the look of pure rapture that transforms Caleb's striking features. "We have news we'd like to share," I announce. "Caleb and I are expecting. Still early days, but there's a new pup on the way." I can't help the smile that rises on my lips. For an endless heartbeat, everyone is silent, their attention riveted on us in shock. Then, like the cracking of a dam, pandemonium erupts in a wave of cheers and laughter and joyful exclamations. The women surge forward as one to engulf me in fierce embraces and ecstatic congratulations, as the men slap Caleb on the back with grins and teasing jests. I laugh through the happy tears streaking my cheeks, overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and acceptance as Willowbrook celebrates the news of our impending arrival. Even Sally shouts something about free apple pie for everyone, her voice nearly drowned out by the raucous din. Then Mila, Caleb's sister, is there, shoving her way through the crowd with mock indignation. "You'd better not be keeping any more secrets," she calls out over the chaos, eyes sparkling with mirth. "As the world's most doting aunt-to-be, I demand to know everything from now on." "Congratulations," Riley, Liam's sister, beams as she adds her own laughter to the clamor. Watching over it all, Mitch radiates alpha power, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he sweeps me into a rib-creaking hug. "Congratulations aren't enough. This is the best news our pack has had in years. Any pup of yours will be a welcome addition to the Longtooth pack, this I swear." I laugh through my tears, giddy with joy and the sense of belonging. Caleb pulls me into the circle of his arms, cradling me against the solid wall of his chest as he presses a kiss to my brow, to my temple, my smiling lips. "This is it, baby," he rasps, voice rough with emotion I can feel echoing through our bond. "This is what Willowbrook is all about. Love and loyalty and celebrating each other through every high and low." His palm spreads over my abdomen in a gesture of such tender possession that it has my heart turning over in my chest. "Our pup will never want for anything. We're going to raise them surrounded by the love and power of the pack. They'll be safe, cherished, part of something greater than any of us." I open my mouth to respond, to tell him that I've never felt so deliriously happy or so grateful in my entire life, but the words catch in my throat as a sudden hush falls over the diner, the cheers and laughter dying away. I turn toward the source of the disturbance, a Frisian of power, all teeth and claws and a fury so palpable it practically has a scent all its own, stings my nostrils. Alpha rage in its most raw form pervades the air as Jonah Cooper strides into the diner in all his massive, towering glory. He's a force of nature in human shape, wide shoulders straining the seams of his shirt, fists clenching and releasing in a wordless display of barely leashed aggression. His nostrils flare as if scenting the air, those icy eyes raking over the crowd with naked hunger. "Where is she?" he demands, each word a growl that vibrates the foundations of the building. "I know she's here. I scented her when we defeated Rowan. I lost the trail until now. His gaze snaps toward the far corner, toward Cindy. She's frozen in place, eyes wide and complexion pale as snow. Jonah's rumbling growl takes on an edge of desperation as he fixes his sights on her. "Mate," he grates out, the single word practically a physical force that sends a shockwave through the crowd and air punching from my lungs. 1,000 murmurs of stunned disbelief rising around me. I've experienced firsthand how fated mates are around each other, but this is something else, something wild and unrestrained, more like a predator catching the scent of prey. Cindy shakes her head, rising to her feet. She strides down the walkway until she's chest to chest with the Ironjaw Alpha. "I don't want this. I will never be with you, Jonah Cooper. I reject you as my mate." For a beat, the words hang in the air, heavy and fraught with tension. Then Jonah throws back his head, an alpha's roar of pure, anguished fury ripping free from his chest. The foundations of the diner quake, and the glass in the windows rattles in their frames, every dish and glass on the countertops clattering in a discordant symphony. Before anyone can so much as draw breath to react, he snatches Cindy up and slings her over his shoulder in a move so blatantly primitive it has me recoiling. The door of the diner explodes outward in a hail of splintered wood as Jonah barrels through it. Someone shrieks. Maybe it's me? I can't tell over the cacophony of shouts and pounding footsteps as the entire population in the diner surges toward the ruined exit in a wave of bristling aggression. Caleb's low, rumbling growl reverberates against my back, and his arms tighten around me like bands of steel. Even as Mitch and Zane and the rest of the pack spill out onto the street in hot pursuit of the rogue Alpha, I know in my soul that it's already too late. That, in the blink of an eye, Jonah has vanished into the night as surely as a spirit on the wind, taking the woman he claims as his mate with him.
Thank you for joining me on this journey. If you enjoyed the story, hit subscribe so you never miss a new tale. Your support means the world. See you in the next chapter.